Boogie robots.
Like Space Channel 5?
I said cookie robots.
I thought you said boogie robots.
I did.
Oh.
Sorry.
Good
It's
job.
a quote.
Good job. You threw me for a loop there. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Alberin, where we play some tabletops on a weekly basis, multiple times during the week. Welcome. Take a seat. You can get a drink, get some Trash Panda stew. That's a special for the month. And other wonderful stuff. We've got socials. Follow those. We have a Discord channel now that you can also join in on.
Yay.
Which is all nice and delightful. Click that link and banter with us throughout the week. Even when there's no entertainment scheduled, the Alberin is still always open for fun talks and joyful times. Other than all that wonderfulness, during the week we've got the wonderful Into the Nightmare, which should be back up on regular as Von is healthy again. Yay, or getting healthier as the time goes by.
Mostly healthy.
Mostly.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. But if there is no Into the Nightmare on Tuesday, I will be very, very upset. And it will be my fault.
There should be more. There should be. No, your immune system, it'll kick in. It'll do. It's doing its job. It's doing its job. And then on Saturday, the wonderful Nightbane, a lot happened yesterday for that. So definitely hop on in to see how that's going. Cook's having a huge hoot of a time, Captain Cook. And Maximus is maybe not having a hoot, but enjoying himself nonetheless, hopefully.
I think he'll enjoy it.
I think he will. I think he'll enjoy it greatly. Very much so.
The player will.
The player will, for sure, for sure. We also have other shows. This week there's the Playing with Mutts with Valheim. We're actually going to have the wonderful Wolf in with us, as he also has now Valheim and needs to learn a little bit, so we're going to show him the ropes and how to do things and explain to him the frustrations and how to get past the frustrations so he enjoys the game very thoroughly. It's a very enjoyable game. And Friday, Jartis, Ben, what you doing Friday? CB shenanigans?
Honestly, I don't know about the audience. I'm sensing some good reaction and feedback from what we're doing with Psychonauts 2. I would like to see it to the end because it
Cool.
is a very, very good journey. And I think with the pace that we're going at, we can probably do this until, gosh, I'd say at least February. So
Oh,
we would have
nice.
a really nice era of Here Be Shenanigans, I think, the Psychonauts 2 era. Then that way we don't have to feel like we need to revisit and refresh. It's like it's a complete saga. So I don't know. I think we're gonna stick with that, depending on how people feel about that. I would highly recommend if you can try getting in on the panel one time because the Psychonauts panel is not like the other panels. So anybody who's been
very
on one,
different.
they can definitely attest to that. It is a different viewing and commentary experience. Tim Schafer and Double Fine, despite the much controversy with Fig and all the funding issues, they made a really, really good game because Microsoft finally gave them the opportunity. They said, whatever, we'll just give you the money, take as much time as you need, get the goddamn game done, please.
Do it.
And they did.
Do it.
Do it.
It's good.
Do it.
So I would highly recommend at least tuning in. So it's a good time.
Awesome. So Psychonauts on Friday at 6. Come and join us for that. This week I should be back on the panel. I don't need to sleep like I did last time round.
I'm gonna try, folks, but work
Work is
sucks.
fun during
So.
this time of season. Yeah.
Yes.
But we'll see what happens on that bit.
Every postal worker this time of year.
Yeah.
It's a hard time.
Other
Rip
news.
to us.
Other news going on is it is December, which does mean we have the wonderful holiday of Christmas going on. It lies on a Saturday. We talked about what we're going to do for the inn, and we are actually going to take a holiday break. We're going to take a week off, relax for a bit, give us all some time to re-catch up on our social lives and all that wonderfulness, and just relax in general.
Mhm.
So from the 20th to the 27th of December, we will be closed. We will be closed for entertainment. But if you join that Discord channel, we won't be closed there. We'll still probably be bantering the entire time throughout. Gives us all DMs a little time to do a bit more prepping and planning and all that nonsense, but also spend time with family and friends and stuff. Yeah.
Yay.
Yay.
Plus, everyone knows when a blizzard comes through, that's when all the dank memes come out.
Yep.
Exactly.
It's as for like most of the Midwest, it's the Hoth meme of, we're going to go to the grocery store. You guys need anything? As they're heading out to
They're all
the
like
snowstorm,
bundled
all bundled up. Although for us, it's just been really, really warm lately.
It has been
Super
weird.
strange,
Yeah,
weird.
definitely nothing strange going on here.
Do you know where it's supposed to
definitely
snow
nothing weird.
more than
This is fine.
This is fine.
This is
It's
just nice
supposed
and
to-
warm.
snow
Snow-
in Hawaii?
More, yes.
More in
See, I was-
Hawaii
No,
than
it
is
does snow in Hawaii, but it's
But-
snowing earlier and more
than
it
in the
is
Rocky
right here in Colorado.
Mountains. So
Nothing wrong here, folks.
nothing wrong at all.
Nothing to
wrong.
look into at
This
all.
is- This is fine. This is fine.
Yep,
It's like the
this
dog
is
in the
fine.
burning house. This is fine.
Don't worry
Bugs
about
made
it.
an animation of that now that is really high quality. There's like a little fire alarm going off in the background. Adds so much atmosphere.
Banter
Anyway.
aside, I think that's all the general announcements we've got going on. Our wonderful friend at the Salty Kraken actually had a wonderful thing happen this past week. The daughter has been born. Gorgonzola's come out. So they are going to do a wonderful special stream at 10:30 their time, which is 11:30 MDT. So this one will be sleeping, but it'll be hosted at the Al Bear Inn as well. So definitely join the Salty Kraken if you can to congratulate our friend Hans in that wonderful, exciting news.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah. But now I think we should get into the wonderful tale and see what is happening. Shall we?
Roll that beautiful intro music.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods, but if not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Hello and welcome back. Last time on the Tales of Andrea, the party ran into a floating island, decided to explore it. Through some quick thinking of Jartis, they managed to avoid the invisible barrier, saving the ship that they were sailing on and not crashing and sinking to the bottom of the ocean, thankfully.
I am so glad I was strangely fixated on making sure that spell went through.
Definitely delighted. They found an opening to the barrier, got their way on top of the island,
Did we suffer max damage?
fought through the wheat field, got to the door of the mansion. Brolog knocked, someone answered, and they were let in, where they met Marcus, the magus. They've been encountering stuff of what he's been doing through the past many years. Had a delightful conversation with him, and we ended with him finally discovering where the princess was, and running into her, breaking the news that Paraspidus died, and that's where we join in on again, with her saying, "Well, you found me. Hello, I'm Princess Kostia. Welcome to Andrea."
You hear your laundry in the background. Oh, come on!
Thank you for your welcome, I suppose.
Well, it is a welcome, yes, but I'd much prefer that you weren't here yet. If you'll give me a moment, it looks like my uncle could use a little rest. I would like to be able to put him to bed, and then I'll be right back. No more than 5 minutes.
Abrak glares at her.
Very good.
Good. She walks over to where Marcus is sitting, still kind of mumbling to himself. He looks up and...
To Abrat.
Who? Oh, Kostia. Yes, I remember now. I remember. Come on. You need some rest. Rest? No, I have work to do. I have plenty of work. Work can wait. Sleep first. Very well. She helps him stand up. He uses the cane heavily as he walks past. He walks past you, Abarat, and... You're beautiful. Continues.
We must talk later, when you are well rested.
Later. For now, he needs to rest, yes. Rest. What a pointless thing. Tedious. Waste of time. Keeps ushering him out, and Ileana, who's still sitting on the table directly in front of you, Yolandriel, watches them go, and as they close the door... Right, now that the adults are gone, what the fuck are you all doing here?
I'm like thumbing through that journal or the book they got that I know I can't read, but I'm just thumbing through it to see if there's anything on the pages that like focuses my eye, and I am ignoring that. Prologue, you can answer.
Sure, give me a perception check as you do that.
14.
14. It's a handwritten book in Magus.
Okay. You hear me. Close it.
Close it.
Abrat's going to start perusing the other books in this massive place.
Okay.
So this is daughter.
This is daughter, yeah.
Okay. You are a bit rude.
By some perspectives, yes.
Your question, did you mean generally, specifically?
Oh, I meant specifically. I don't care the fact that you're here in Andrea. I meant here, inside this house. It's a little disturbing.
The reason it is because the house is on an undead massive turtle.
Okay.
Curiosity got the better of us.
Oh, curiosity. Curiosity has a tendency of getting people into situations that they should never actually be in.
Killed the cat is an easier way to say that. I say. And I
cat.
turn around and walk towards Aberrat.
Curiosity.
It was not curiosity for me. I did not want to be here. But commands are commands.
Oh, that's when we can relate. I never liked being told what to do. But apparently that is all people like to do. Especially white hair there.
Life is meant for the purpose of knowledge.
Now that I can agree with. Life is meant for the purpose of knowledge. Especially the knowledge that you're not supposed to have. That's my favorite.
How did you arrive here?
I walked through the door.
To the turtle.
I walked through the door.
Would you explain further?
No.
Brolog is then going to turn and he's going to go turn to Finestorm, actually, and do his
The
best.
holy gaze.
Do his best to whisper.
It's gonna be good.
And
This
say,
never ends well.
please figure out if our leaving would be permitted.
Go ahead and give me a... Yeah, give me a stealth check.
Seven.
Do you want guidance?
Too late. I think.
Guidance would be
die
something... So
After me.
yeah, Jartus, guidance would be something before. If you wanted to cast guidance, don't feel shy to interrupt and say guidance. Just say guidance, and you can give it to them. For this instance, I will allow guidance.
Okay.
Because you did think about it, but in the future, before he tells me the result of the dice roll, say guidance. Also, for other people, if you want the chance of guidance to happen, hold off on telling me the result of the dice roll, and kind of give Jartus eyes.
It can roll the die before or after making the ability check? What does that mean?
Essentially, you can cast the guidance on them before they roll or after they roll. The important thing is the guidance is cast before I'm told the result of the dice roll.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But in this case, if you cast guidance, Brolog, add a d4.
Yeah, it's probably better that he rolls one then.
You don't roll the guidance, Jartis.
Yeah,
It's
you don't
whoever
roll
you cast it
guidance.
on that rolls the guidance.
Okay.
Okay, so that is a total of 10.
10. All right.
Nice.
And then upon saying that to Finestorm, Brolog's going to stand in the middle of the room and practice the duel.
As I walk past, I go, oh Jesus, or not, oh Jesus, oh Eshnar, and then I walk up to Aberrat with the book, and I say, "You can read this, right?" And I hand it to him.
I opened to the first page, and what we established last week was that I could actually read this, right?
You can read it flawlessly.
Yes, I opened to the first page, and I just kind of trace my fingers along it, and then I go, yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Oh, good. Start reading it when you can. Tell me what you find.
Okay.
While that's happening, Finestorm, what is your response to Brolog?
Oh, I nod and go over and start talking to Ileana.
She looks you up and down. Haven't seen one of your kind before.
Most people don't look.
Isn't that the truth? I like you.
So we have a nice conversation about weather, floating islands, whether we can leave.
The leaving bit, she smiles and kind of... But I'm afraid it's probably not just yet. I have a feeling that Mother might want to have a few words, maybe. Son, well, as I call him, brother. They might want to have a little babble around. But the white-haired one, she definitely would probably want to have a little word or two.
Okay.
Can I try something?
Go for it. What are you trying?
I don't know if it's gonna work on Brolog because of that ring, but my character doesn't know that. Can I try and tell him through my singlet? You should probably get a hold of the king. Tell him about Princess Costia.
Can't.
For you, Yolandriel, when you try to connect to it, you do. You're no longer having any issues using the circlet. I will adjust the item later on, but for now you do have limited telepathy of up to 30 feet, and you can cast the, what is it? The Read Minds spell. The exact name of the spell is escaping me right now, once per dawn. So...
I had a feeling.
Yeah, once per dawn. For you, Brolog, what you hear in your head is... The ASMR would like to know if you want to talk to the king.
Tell him Marcus made it clear that that was not an option.
No, I can't tell him. It doesn't work that way.
Well, whilst still dancing, Brolog will say to Yolandriel, messages cannot leave the island, or at least this house. Marcus made that clear.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I say that part out loud.
Jartis, while all this is going on, what are you doing?
So Jartis is in the room with everybody, right? Just kind of hanging out.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It is in my nature to try and figure out what valuable things are in here.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Figured it out.
Brolog,
Senior.
give me a performance check on your dance as well.
To steal, just to be aware.
He says, while he pockets something.
What was
Not
the...
necessarily to steal, but just to...
That's a dirty one.
Perception.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
We'll get to that in a second. Jartis, your perception check.
What is my bonus for perception? Where is perception?
So it's going to be in the skills column.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so 11.
11.
I don't know why that word was just remaining invisible for a second there. So
You
11 is the total.
you notice that around there are at least that Joffrey that you met, the butler, for lack of better term. There's at least 7 of him in this room. They're all identical, wearing the same clothes, same look. Many of them are floating up and down between shelves. And as you look at the books, none of them are in a script you can understand.
Mm.
And then you look over and you see Brolog dancing in the middle of the room, and amongst all these glyphs that are moving, perpetually just spinning and turning throughout multiple colors, up through the entire depths of, as far as you can see going up, and disturbing them. They are faltering whenever he runs into one. Brolog, you feel nothing when you run into them, but they do vanish out of sight for a second, and then eventually come back into sight. But where you disturb it, there is like an empty gap that spins upward through the room. And as the gap spins up, some of the Joffreys move over, begin waving their hands and repairing whatever damage you're causing.
Well, Brolog's going to keep on dancing until there is outside forces that happened. Whatever you call that word.
Finestorm and Aberrat. After a couple of minutes of being inside the room, you would feel a slight jolt in the building itself. There's a small shift and movement of things, and you hear a very faint
There goes our ride.
Looks like Mother's finally arrived. Anyway, Finestorm, where were we? The door handle finally jostles and moves and opens up as Kostia comes back in. Oh, sorry about that. Whenever he gets into a bit of an emotional state, he starts to lose his sense of being, for lack of better terms. Please, if you don't mind, I think there's possibly some things we need to discuss.
I just give her a thumbs up from across the room.
Brolog's still dancing?
First of all, who's in charge? It would have been Praspidus, but as he's dead now, I'm sure my father made someone else.
I point at the dancing elephant.
Loxodon.
Brolog stops dancing, says, yes.
Really? A Loxodon? Never thought my father to be a fool.
Somebody put a Hughlipit in charge.
Oh, yes. Someone did put a Hughlipit in charge. That was my uncle. And that was in his unwise days. A decision he's begun to regret as the years have passed and transpired.
In fairness, Princess, the choices were not excellent.
Oh, clearly.
Jesus. Is this how you want to introduce yourself to the group? I say as I walk over and stand next to Jardis.
I'm beginning to think maybe we should cast a spell to find some traps. I'm not sure I like the feeling of where we're at right now.
Right, well,
I'll make them more upset.
seats are waiting. If you'd like to converse here, or we could move to a different place, wherever you're comfortable.
Is there a eating area?
Yes, actually. A couple floors up and to the left.
That might be good.
Very well. Follow me. She spins, and hair flowing spins out as well. Opens up the door and goes through. And Ileana, who's still in front of you, Firestorms. I think I'll give this one a pass. Let you Quailins talk to each other. Although, are you Quailin?
No. You're a die.
Oh, you're a die. Don't know it. Have fun. I've got some things I gotta take care of myself.
Follow Brolog.
Same.
I do not.
I'm just gonna follow along. I'm not trying to arouse too much suspicion, but I'm definitely trying to be aware. Not really following so much as trying to look around, especially the fact that there's a lot going on that we're missing.
Does Brolog notice Aberrat is not coming?
Are you trying to hide the fact you're not following along, Aberrat?
If passively looking at what books there are and trying to find any that relate to magic, specifically concerning undeath, means he's hiding the fact that he's not following, no. I'm just
you would
staying
notice
in the
them.
room because I'm not noticing.
I would notice.
You would.
Okay. In that case, I assume it would be very easy to see that he was looking through the books.
Yes.
Okay.
Cruising titles.
Brolog will turn to Jartis and say, Jartis, stay with Aberrat. Keep him out of trouble.
I feel the necessity to do that. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, crap. A-T-D. As... Why is my caps lock on?
You angry?
As the party does. Command's not working right now, but as the party does, they split as usual. Jartis, your response.
I agree. I'll stay behind. I think I'll also start kind of looking through some of this information for some of my own personal interest.
You're coming a little quiet.
Oh, sorry. So I have a little phlegm back there too. So, I'll stay behind. I'll cooperate. I have some personal endeavors I would like to touch base with, and there might be some information here that will help me with that. So, I'll
Okay.
be looking for that. Is there is it like a series of shelves, or is it like the whole room is
The
a...
whole room, every wall is covered in bookshelves.
Okay. I think I will go to a shelf that is not necessarily nearby Aberrat, but I'm not trying to lose sight of Aberrat.
Okay. Okay. Just going to type something else here real quick. Someone talk about something.
Sirenscape, folks. The music and the sound effects you hear behind us is Sirenscape. For all of your D&D sound needs, Sirenscape.
But that's some
And
good.
more. Not just
Yeah.
D&D.
Yeah, everything. TTRPG, real life, everyday life, whatever. Sirenscape. It's fun. It's great. It's got lots of great
I'm
sounds.
staying on brand, boys.
Well, Kostya,
Hey, a real ad reader. Maybe that would give them their own script there.
Exactly.
Kostya guides Brolog, Finestorm, and Yolondriel out. You go through a series of corridors, stairs, experiencing the same strange gravitational shifts and movements. You're walking through essentially a bit of a labyrinth, and you get the sense that this building, though it seemed mansion-like on the outside, is much bigger than you would expect. It's bigger on the
TARDIS.
inside, everyone. Eventually, get to a room that is more like a dining hall. She goes in, plumps herself down at the head of the table. Find a seat if you'd like, or you can stand, I don't care.
Yeah, I find a seat and I start leaning back in it.
Yeah. Take a seat. But it will be a seat so my back is not facing a door.
Okay. Absolutely possible. Right, well. If I understand correctly, my father sent you to look for me originally, and ever since your parameters have changed?
That is correct. The new mission is to find these trees that Marcus apparently made.
Yes. Well, he made those a very long time ago, and they've been altered, dabbled with. By
That
someone
is the issue.
he calls the Timeless. I don't actually believe the person exists. I think his magic's just soured over time. However, the reports coming from... Oh, what was that city's name? Lithrom. That's the one. Kind of changed my mind a little bit. Were you there?
Yes, we left as the city fell. It is the timeless one we call Smiling Man.
The smiling... Well, good thing you are here then, because I have to... the chance to explain a few things. The Smiling Man is not actually a man. It's the Smiling Lady. They just presume for some reason. Have you encountered her yet?
Yes,
I met her in my first week.
it was unpleasant.
Unpleasant? In what way?
She forced herself in my mind.
As she tends to do. Looks for ill intent. Well, she's looking for something. I'm not sure what. But I have my suspicions. The trees, what do you expect or plan to do with them?
The order is to find at least 2 trees. One corrupted and one not, ideally. Gain their hearts, or whatever it is, gem is inside that, and bring them king.
Well, then I'll leave you to that. There is other things going on that I myself am trying to discover and take care of course.
A point of curiosity, if I may, Rob.
Hmm?
Why did you come here?
Reasons.
Hmm. Prologue at this point is going to sit back in his chair in silence.
I'm just like leaned back, like,
So you're just here for the trees, then? That's it? Nothing else? You're not trying to find anything else?
I'm keeping my mouth shut about everything.
Prologue will say, I am not afraid, but I have found it unwise to be open with ones who are not.
Well, as you are contracted by my father, that means you are contracted by me, by right of royal bloodline, which means that when I ask you a question, you should answer. Are you looking for anything else?
I do not know of this bloodline rule.
That is why I find it questionable as to why he's put a Loxodon in charge.
Because he's the calmer one. I say out loud.
I suspect he is. Either way.
If you would like to accompany me off this island, I could reach out to the king and get his view of this.
I have no intention of going back to the overprotective gaze of my father anytime soon.
I did not think so.
Now, if it was my brother, that would be a different story. He's much more accommodating to my desires.
The wording on that. I literally say that out loud. And
She
then I say,
glares at you.
I say, listen, considering all that's happening, the safest place is back home. You don't have to be under your father's thumb. You don't have to be here.
Safety is a matter of perspective. If I do not do what I need to do here, then the entirety of Nathriel is in risk. And I do not trust my father to maintain his calmness, as you have so finely put it, Aesima.
Well, I tried, I say, and I look over a prologue.
One can but try, as I said.
You are cutting out badly.
One moment. One can but try, my mother.
I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. Let me ask you another question here, then. Let's try to get a little bit more of an understanding of each other. Have you told my father what's going on here?
Hmm. I do hope you not take this insult. I thought I was quite clear
And I
about
thought
the
I was
exchange
quite
of
clear
information.
as well that when it comes to information for the royal bloodline, as you are contracted by my father, you should be answering my questions.
Those words not mean anything to me yet.
Rubbing the middle of my forehead. I'm just like, we've told him all that we know up to the point in which we last spoke to him.
You seem much more reasonable to discuss with.
Nah,
What was his response?
you're gonna have to talk to him. I don't talk to your dad.
I'm waiting.
Would you like to see a dance?
I start laughing and I'm just like, oh, God, this is going to be a fun few months. As far as I know, he knows what he knows. He told us to keep going forward with the trees. I don't think he sees fit to tell us what his plan is or anything really other than what we need to do. Now that Percy's gone, our mission to deal with you is done, unfortunately. So, I think as soon as we're done here, it's probably best for the relationship between you two, and I kind of motion between her and Brolog, that we leave. Sorry, again, about Percy.
Unfortunately,
helped, I
I
would've.
have no intention of letting you leave until you agree to a certain amount of things. One of those being that you will not tell my father where I am. He has no right to know where I am.
I'm going to look at Brolog and just motion like this.
I am commanded by your father, and it is his command that all information be sent back to him. Your presence is such information. I have no need to follow you. Free to go elsewhere.
You are the most frustrating Loxodon I have ever met.
Oh, lady, you have no idea.
My people find me quite amicable, actually.
Your people.
From what I hear, he's the best one.
What clan?
My father led the clan. His name was Josephus. I was born in the city of Itiphus. My mother, Beatrice Log.
It's funny you make such a bold statement when your clan doesn't exist anymore. You have no people to say what you claim. They're all dead.
Our clan is not a people. My clan is dead. My people remain.
Well, I personally doubt what you said was true. Either way, if you're going to insist on telling my father where I am, then I have lots I have to do. You can find your own way out. She stands up from the table and starts walking towards the door.
Brolog gives her a wave. Good evening.
I'm gonna say, you know, Paraspidus gave his life on the search for you, to find you and make sure that you're safe. If I could go back and tell him not to, I would, because then he'd still be here. And then I'm gonna stand up, and I'm gonna motion for Brolog and Firestorm to join me.
Give me a... Go ahead, Yolandrio, and give me an insight check.
Shit about insight in her. But my insight's dummy high, so let's go. 19.
19. Okay. When you mention Paraspidus' name and speak of it that way, there's definitely a response on her face. Or a response in her walk, a slight stutter in the pace.
Mm-hmm. Good. I think to myself, we wait for her to leave, and then we leave.
Lingers at the door for a second. If Paraspidus was here, then you were here to protect him. Is that safe to assume?
Yeah, well, it's kind of hard too when you walk into something you barely know anything about, and then you almost die yourself.
You know, man, Paraspidus was gave his life for those around him, even when the protecting was supposed to go the other way.
This is the way of life. Many give their lives for things that they shouldn't have. And then she departs through the door.
Brolog's gonna look around, see if there's some sort of cook or somebody, food maker.
There is no one around. It is an empty dining hall.
Is there a kitchen? Does it see any kitchen type places?
There's another door on the other side of the room. It's closed.
Brolog will stand up and say, perhaps the kitchen is this way. And he goes and he opens the door, looks in to see if there's a kitchen.
It is indeed a kitchen. And it's got a couple of people in there. Again, another Joffreys. They all stop what they're doing, look over. One of them puts down a tray and walks over to you all. May I help you?
Yes, I was hoping to get your tastiest food item, please.
Our tastiest item would be that of dolphin flesh currently. We've ran into a pod and harvested them. I will have it cooked up for you in steak format. It may take some time. If you would please...
Excellent.
Dolphin? Whoa.
Time is apparently available. Would it be best if I waited in there, pointing to the dining room area?
If you would, yes. I will have someone sent out to set the table for you.
Excellent. Brolog goes back to the table and says to Yolandrio, the servants are making.
I go, okay, I'm going to go check on the other two.
That might be a good idea. They are not yet competent.
I'll make sure not to say that to them. And then I turn around and I leave.
All right, while that conversation's going on, Jartus and Abarat, You are perusing the books.
Yes.
Jartus.
I'm still disturbed by the fact that Prologue is gonna eat just aside, Shakespearean aside. They're not that far in the genus. I know he's a loxodon, which is further from an elephant, but oh my god, that's horrifying. Oh my god.
Jartus, while you're perusing the books, kind of looking around for something specific, behind you there is a whisper of Ileana as she leans in a little bit, leans down to your height and goes, "You're not going to be able to read any of them."
So, also small aside, are any of these in a Sylvan language at all? Or
Every
Celeste?
book you see is in a language you do not understand. They're all the same language, but
Oh,
you
they're
don't
all-
understand them.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm definitely spooked. So I jump, turn around. Is she behind me?
Right
Like,
behind
actually-
you. Yeah.
No.
Her chin may as well be resting on your shoulder right now.
Oh, my lordy lord. That's a spooky. This guy doesn't like being sneaked up on.
You take fear damage.
Fear damage.
Instantly afraid.
I flustered. I turn around and say, I know I am having a really hard time reading any of this. What language is this?
As you turn around, her face is right there. Your nose is almost touch. And she smiles at you and is like, "You're cute for a satyr."
Now kiss.
Is there a way to back up a little bit?
You
You
could.
should just no.
You've
You
got
could
about
just
2 feet
give
to
her
the
a smooch. Mwah.
I'm
Claim
gonna-
dominance. Claim dominance.
Straight into the bookshelf, you back up and she walks forward, puts a hand on one of the books, leans forward again. It's all in Magus.
Magus. I don't think I'm familiar with that language.
You wouldn't be. They're not from Andrea.
Can you read Magus?
Of course I am. I was made by a Magus.
Oh. You're made? What does that mean?
Much like your friend over there, who's also perusing the books, I am a creation of Marcus. That's why he calls me daughter. But you can call me Ileana.
Well, nice to meet you, Ileana. Sorry for being so shocked at your sudden appearance. I'm not, it's not that easy to sneak up on me, so I'm not used to people, doing that.
Really?
I think the only one that's really done it successfully in recent memory is, our good friend Finestorm, but,
Oh, of course. They look like a bit of a shifty one. Now, what are you looking for? Maybe I can help you.
Is there a way to, like, deceive her with trying to find what I'm looking for without telling her what I'm looking for?
You could try.
Okay. I'm gonna go for that.
Okay, what do you say?
Play to her. Play to
There's
her
knowledge
needs.
of lost...
Ask for the Kama Sutra.
Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see. I am looking for knowledge of a lost civilization that is very near and dear to me. I've not been with this group for very long, if I should be candid myself. But my origins have recently become very clear to me that there's something more that I need to be looking for. Do you have any knowledge of the true existence of lost civilizations here?
Lost civilizations. I think
Maybe
there's
races
a very
that no longer exist.
specific section for that, actually. Here, come here. She grabs both your hands and pulls you to the middle of the room. So,
She's grabby.
all you need to do is think up.
Think up?
Yes, like this. And then she starts to float upwards.
Oh, well, I guess I'll think upward thoughts then.
Then you feel this push against your feet as you begin to also float upwards. Matching her pace. I myself am not entirely sure what section it might be in, but... One of you draw freeze. Where's the Lost Civilization section? That would be up in floor 13, section 203. Oh, thank you.
There's a 13th floor.
Where is that? Over here. She grabs hold of one of your hands again and starts pulling you along towards another area. Gets to a bookshelf and should be all these books. Now, what civilization are you looking for?
I have had harsh experiences revealing the true nature of my research in the past. What makes me think that I should trust you with that information?
Because I'm so lovely.
Well, as lovely as you are, I don't think I'm thoroughly convinced. Would there be a way that you could give me an ability to look on my own?
Sadly, I don't think so. I'm not entirely sure how it works myself. Well, neither is Marcus, to be fair. It's one of his research projects. Trying to figure out exactly what makes a magus a magus. Bit of a mystery for all of us.
Is there a way that I can perceive what she actually is?
You could. Give me a nature check. A nature or arcana?
Well, either or. It's the same.
You might
buff.
get different results depending on which one you roll. So when I give you an option between two different checks, whichever one you roll will change how I respond to what your roll is.
Oh, okay. I'll do Arcana. Yeah.
All right.
That is a +2. Ow. 5, so it's a 7. Not great.
Ooh. She looks like a human, as far as you can tell.
I'm just worried that if she was created by somebody, that somebody can perceive what I'm... Like a spy situation, you know what I'm saying?
You
It's
have
like...
met that somebody. You had a nice long conversation with him last session.
Oh. Alright, I guess, well,
Now-
you see...
One thing you could do is you could do an insight check to see if what she's saying is true, that you can actually trust her. Gives you a little bit more of a tell of like the facial cues of what if she's trying to hide anything potentially.
Can I use my passive on that?
You could.
Roll. I'll do a passive for 18.
For 18. She honestly looks like she's telling the truth. Like she intends to help. Like there might not be any ill intent.
Like a naivety. Alright, well. You seem like the trustable sort. And I don't seem like I have any ability to find what I'm looking for without your help. So, I am looking for evidence that there are still Fae types in a pure... I'm looking for a pure Fae type. I have received evidence that they do exist. at least suggestions that that is real.
Pure fey type.
I feel like this is the only opportunity that I'll have to find something that I'm looking for. So I'm trusting you with that knowledge. But
Not my forte. And not Marcus's forte either. He's not ever actually looked into that. He didn't care to. He's more focused on other things. Of course, there's the aspect of it, because we have gone to different planes and such, and it's possible. However, the person you might want to talk to, actually, is probably the princess. From what I understand, she came here with someone of the same intent. Well, sort of. It was her brother. Not the princess's brother, the other person that she came here with's brother that was looking for the same kind of aspects of evidence. What was her name? Leaf. Her name was Leaf.
Leaf?
Leaf, yes. Like the thing on a tree. I don't know why her name was that. Bit bizarre.
Well, I appreciate your help. I apologize for my initial hesitancy. I get a lot of ire for my opinions on whether Faye is a worthy endeavor or not. So
Of course
I
you would.
appreciate you taking it seriously. Would I be able to talk to the princess today?
If she likes. You might have to find her. She did just leave with your other colleagues.
Well, I hope it's a pleasant conversation they're having.
Yeah. To each their own. Personally, if the king comes by and takes her back, it'd be no sweat off my brow. Not really a big fan of her.
I guess, I don't know. So, do you have any, maybe, recent acquisitions that you find interesting? At this point, I guess I'm just going to wait to talk to the princess. And,
Define
Like-
recent acquisitions.
I'll let you determine that.
Well,
Books?
I'm not one for knowledge of that kind. I'm more of the, I hear things and like things. But for me, she twists her wrist and a blade shoots out from underneath. Like, I do quite enjoy these.
Oh.
Took them off a body in Lethrom on our way out.
Have you used them yet?
No, but I look forward to it.
Oh. Has anyone trained you in how to use them?
I've been working on it with Father. Little difficult though, he uses a big old axe.
So, I guess we're talking about strange acquisitions. Is this going to go somewhere? Or...
Just general conversation as you two just kind of float in circles in the air. We'll leave that conversation to happening. Aberrat,
Yes.
you're
Yes.
perusing through the books. What are you looking for?
Most specifically, anything to do with undeath at all.
Undeath? Okay, give me a perception check. No, investigation.
Investigation. Oh no! 7!
7. It's all
Rapid
just
investigation.
so fascinating. The creatures around you, what you know to be called Joffreys now, you eventually the whole glyphs moving in the middle, it has you just baffled, and it's just so cool to see. And then you hear a Can I
Yes.
help you?
Who's talking to me?
It is someone different. She's rather tall, roughly around the 5'10" range or so, wears a red cloak that billows downwards, a sham or shawl, I think that's what they're called, covering part of her face. You can still see the mouth area, but it is hide some of the features, and has a cowl over the top. She looks at you with these piercing red eyes.
Oh. Maybe. But truthfully, before whoever that was that came and took him to bed, I wanted to have a conversation with Marcus. However, he's gone now, so I've just been looking around his books, and I'm looking for any specifically related to undeath.
As to why you've been left inside this room by yourself without supervision, I have no idea. Though,
Yeah, he points up at the creatures that are up there. Aren't they supervising people?
no, they're studying.
Oh.
They're the ones who write the books.
Oh.
Are
He
you...
turns back around and starts looking again.
Clearly, someone has not taught you manners yet. If I am...
Manners? What are manners?
Manners are what you do to be polite to other people. Which, so to speak, as you are in my home, who are you?
Oh, my apologies. He turns back around and offers her his hand and says, I am Aberrat.
She shakes your hand. Her hand is not warm, it is ice cold.
Neither is mine.
Oh, well then.
His is like
neutral.
His is like squishy, you know, like a mushroom's flesh.
Like a mushroom, a little
Like
squishy,
slightly squishy.
little fungal.
Yeah.
But when you
There's like a
when you do, there is a slight twinge of connection, familiarity.
At which I will hold on to her hand be extra and really stare into her eyes at that.
Ah. Now I understand. Which tree did you come from?
The one by the City of Lost Souls.
We thought that one was corrupted.
Well, I mean, technically, yes, but some people might not look at that as a corruption. There was a stone in it.
Stone.
And by
Do you
yes,
have it?
Yes. No. Your Laundriel, when I handed it to him, it cracked and went dull, and then he gave it to an individual, I believe, Abadibi. Adibaba. Yes, that guy. He gave it to Adibaba.
Your Laundriel, as in the ASMR,
Yes.
wearing a strange bluish armor.
Yeah, I guess. I don't really look at his armor, to be honest.
Well, now I understand why you've been left unattended even more. Let me introduce myself so I can be polite as well. My name is Mathana. At least that is the name I go by. Marcus, he calls me Mother.
So, Marcus, he seems unhinged.
A problem that has been progressing. I'd rather not go into details if you don't mind. I don't fully trust people who have just shown up out of nowhere. There are certain things I would have no problem talking to you about. But that is a private matter. No. That would be up to him or his... Oh, what do I call him? Acting persona.
Interesting. Out of curiosity, he's going to pull out the book that your Landrill handed him. and show it to her. Yolandriel was given this book and told that it was like a history of him or something. Is it of any use to anyone to read it?
She takes the book, looks at it. This is his diary of his time in Parkoth. It would be very useful to him. And if he has given it to you, then that means Marcus, for some reason, trusts you.
Well, I guess. I don't think Yolandriel can read it, though. Do you know why?
It's because it is written in Magus. No one can read Magus writing except for a Magus.
I'm not a Magus.
Yes, you are. Well, of sorts. You are created from his blood, much like myself. You are created from his magic. It is one of the reasons why he has unhinged in certain ways.
Makes more sense. Okay. He will attempt to take the book back from her and put it back in his jacket.
There's reluctance to giving it to you. She eventually, though, lets go. If you are here, that means the other Magus and other party members are here as well.
Other Magus? You mean Kostia?
No, not Kostia. Although, is she here?
Yes.
Shit. No, I mean the other Magus, the other white-haired one. What is his name? That Paraspitis?
Oh no, he's dead.
That is a little disturbing.
Is it though? I mean, death comes to everyone eventually.
A very fine statement and a very true one. Well, not everyone.
Undeath can come to people sometimes too, which is why I'm kind of curious about it.
Undeath is research that is not favored by many.
Who cares?
The suit of armor, an Ubasai, she would be a good one to talk about undeath.
Oh, she walked off.
My. It's not even been a month yet, and there has been so many changes.
It's wild.
It is a pity. I would have liked to talk to her. Much of his research was spurred by her existence.
Much of my interest in undeath was spurred by her being there when I awoke.
As an Ubasai does. Spurs the curiosity of those who should not be spurred. If you don't mind my asking, are you going to be here for long? There's a certain person who will be arriving soon that your parties would not very keenly like to see. Last I heard, they had a very sour encounter with him.
I don't know. That is not really... I don't really care, to be honest. See, I'm interested in a lot of things, but I seem to be getting jerked around by everyone concerning everything. I mean, obviously you don't want to because you don't trust me. I can understand that. I can fully understand that. But I am traveling with a group of people who are odd. And the one leading them seems to think
Abrasive.
I'm a child.
The word is abrasive.
Abrasive is a very accurate way of putting it.
Let's see. For reports-wise, Paraspitis, although he was in lead, Iliona reports that he was not a leader in any way. Brolog has a creed that he sticks to, and would skin or kill people if they disobey, even though they wouldn't know necessarily. Your Asama The term "all I want to do is go home" comes out frequently enough. An Ubasai, well, she feeds off of death, so of course that's rather quite abrasive as well. Zarai, well, he's just a mischief person. He caused many problems in many cities. The whole party itself does not have a good name in the mainland. No surprise that they took to the seas.
You want to know something funny? The
would
only
love to.
2 left of that group is Brolog and Yorlandriel.
Really?
Yeah, Sarai stayed behind with the tree that created me. Percy died.
Tragic.
I'm gonna have to admit, though, I am a little offended how they treated his body.
How do you mean?
Well, they preserved it.
Of course they preserve it.
Why?
Here, let me... Oh. Give me a reason to trust you.
Abrat will think for a moment. And then he will smile. And he will say, I don't particularly have a reason to give you to trust me. But at the same time, I can't think of any reason why I wouldn't trust you.
Do you mean for the fact that we are both created by the same person?
Yes.
Give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion, a massive +0 for a total of 8.
It's like, not good enough. Perhaps with time. I have no reason to distrust you and no reason to kill you, which, trust me, I would very much like to do for your entire party. The fact you have discovered us is not a good thing. It means that the Magus High Council will be on our tail.
If you do kill the rest of my party, let me have their bodies.
Of course.
Thank you.
For now, though, I must play nice.
Indeed. Shouldn't we all?
Despicable statement, but true.
Do you know how long it takes Marcus to rest in order to regain a little more of himself?
Depends on his state. When I entered, his son was gone. Vanril. You can call him Vanril. He went to the room to attend. Joffrey told us he was in a bit of a state. It might be soon-ish, of sorts. But if the princess is here, then, oh well. Where did they go? I think I should probably go intervene.
I believe they went to go talk somewhere. Brolog, Finestorm, and Yorlandriel went with her.
Finestorm?
Ah, yes, that's the other party member that joined us recently. Tabaxi, I believe is what they are called. Most of the time you won't notice him.
At this point, Ileana has grabbed your hands again, Jartis, and said, "Oh, looks like Mother's here," and started pulling you down to the ground. "Hello, Mother." "Daughter?" "Oh, what have you been doing to this poor satyr?" "Nothing at all. We've just been talking." "That's exactly what I mean."
That's Jartis, by the way.
"Thank you."
Do you want me to respond?
Well, you can if you'd like.
Okay.
Entirely up to you. You never have to ask if you can respond.
So, I'm just listening to their banter until I'm addressed, I guess, by the mother. Not trying to make her upset.
Jartis, my name is Mathana. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well. You have a very, very lovely manner.
Thank you. Technically not mine, but I am the caretaker these days. Marcus is not in a good state to be taking care of things.
Well, the life of a caretaker is often unrewarding, very, very necessary.
Indeed. Especially in times like these. Well, Ileana, our daughter, if you don't mind, watching these two. Make sure they don't go into... No, sorry, can't do that. I've got a meeting I got to attend to. She says this as she slaps you on the ass, Jartis, and then walks out.
Women here are so aggressive.
This one is, yes. And she walks to the door and turns around, gives you all a wink, and walks through.
That's assault. Call HR.
I think I'm gonna need I'm gonna I don't know how I'm gonna react to that. I think I'll just take it in stride. This is a strange place. When in Rome, you get slapped in the ass, I guess. No harm,
Do
no
as
foul.
Romans do.
Yeah. Jartis is also not one to cause a scene if he can help it. So, turn to Ileana and ask her.
Well, Ileana's left the room at this point.
So she's left. They're both left.
It's Mathana who's still in the room. Mathana's kind of standing there staring at a bookshelf and like,
She never takes commands. Even though I don't understand. Well, if there is anything that the two of you should desire or need, all you need to do is say, Joffrey, I need something, and they will help you.
Joffrey.
Joffrey, I need something.
one of the clones floats down, lands on its feet in that same faceless facade, comes before you. Yes, what can I do for you?
Hi, may I be pointed to the direction of which I can learn more about undeath?
Of course. Its face turns towards Mathana and...
If Marcus has allowed them to be here and given them a book already, then yes, the library is at their access.
Very well, madam. The rest of their party are in the dining hall, waiting for food. Kostya has left.
Left the building or left the room?
Left the room.
Where is she now?
On her way here.
That is my cue to leave. I will see you all later. Hopefully.
Fairly well, Mathana. It was a pleasure meeting you.
And that is my cue to go hover on down if I'm not already on the ground floor and hopefully intercept and meet her.
Is you...
My inquiry about the Fae.
The Fae? What is your inquiry about the Fae? Shall we walk and talk?
Yes.
I need to catch your leader, whichever one is leading, before you are all shoved out of the building.
Okay. Well, if I may be candid, I'm looking for the existence of a true Fae type. Hopefully the existence of a true Fae civilization in this. In this, I have definitely found some evidence that has led me to have this go beyond mere rumor and speculation. So I was hoping your princess, or maybe you, if you have any knowledge yourself, would have anything for me.
The princess would be more the one to talk to. She did travel here with someone who was looking for someone else who was doing the same thing. My recollection, the name of the person who was looking for the Fae was Aerolith.
Yes, I'm very familiar with them.
You know of Aerolith?
Good friend of mine.
Where might we find him? We have not been able to yet.
We have very similar experiences with our research. So we've developed a kinship there. We also, when was the last time you saw Aerolith?
Like I said, we have not been able to find him. I have never met him.
Never
it is
met.
just the information that the princess gave us.
Okay.
Having known Leif and
you had
coming
met
here
them,
with her.
you would have had a good time. Aerolith is a wonderful individual.
So I look forward to the day that it happens. But if you know Erlith, then you know already more than what we would.
Oh, dang it. Okay, then. I appreciate you dropping the name. I haven't gotten that until now. That probably would have illuminated things a little earlier with your daughter, Ileana.
She's just called daughter. She is not my daughter.
Daughter in title only.
In title only.
I do appreciate your candid speaking about the people we were involved with. It's definitely, I think I'll save the princess the trouble.
Probably for best. She is quite abrasive. I think that is the word of the day.
The less that's charged in her direction, the better. Try not to worry. Place stress on situations that don't need to be stressed out.
This makes sense.
Definitely start looking more at the other books. I think it's more of a nervous reaction. Because I'm definitely frustrated that is not the lead that I thought it was. So.
Perhaps through time, if we are to form a measure of agreement, we might be able to help each other out. Marcus is not interested in the Feywild. He is more interested in the Timeless. However, I am quite curious about the existence of a place that is locked out from this plane.
I would very much appreciate any open communication. I know the mainland and those at Shallows have not been very kind to my endeavor. So any ally is, I think, very, very much appreciated here. You have a friend in that endeavor.
Good. I very much like making friends, but that does ultimately depend on my conversation with whoever is in lead of your group. Because if we do not make an agreement, then we will not be friends, and I will have to kill you all.
If I may speak freely.
Well, I'm speaking freely, so please be free.
Please don't jump to logical conclusions right away with our leader. He can come off in a way that is often hard to detect the true flavor, but having spent the time that I've spent with the group, I can assure that his intentions are good for the most part. I would say like an 85%.
You know, just doing a little private roll here. Give me a second.
Sirenscape, folks. Once again,
Okay.
music. Okay.
Is it, with a grain of salt?
Yes, the creed, while infallible, as I say, the slight look to the side, is hard to swallow at times. It would behoove you to understand the creed. I can help you get some of the big points out of the way if you'd like. But if you'd rather go in...
I have read
that is your...
every single book in this library. If the creed you are referring to, there are a few. What is the name of the creed?
Well, the specific name of the creed is there.
How far away is Abrad at this point? Can he
I
still
don't
hear
know
the conversation?
exact title. Exactly.
Dabarat, you're not too far away.
You just hear from the distance, 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1. Yes.
Thank you for informing me. This is going to be a very difficult conversation, undoubtedly.
Oh, I'm glad you are definitely on the same page, because, yes, it does behoove us all to become aware.
However, mean that I need to go as quickly as possible, because the princess, as smart as she is vulgar.
As she quickly hurries through the door.
the knowledge of... Oh my goodness.
Little time passes for those of you in the dining hall. Plates are brought out with finely cooked fish fillets, a side of green bean veggies, some nice little marinade sauce made on the side. You are told specifically entirely what they all are and how the process of the cooking was done by this specific Joffrey. And as the plates are put down, bon appetit, enjoy. They all take a step back. They all stand behind for a while.
Brulog would like to take in all of this, try to find all of the ingredients in the food.
Okay, yeah, give me a perception check. It's going to be with advantage because you're using your nose.
Cast spell identify on this food.
Do you really?
No.
16.
16. All very finely seasoned, and it seems seasoned to perfection. Your mouth begins to automatically just salivate by the smell of this food.
Brulog usually just throws the food back, but he realizing this, he's going to take his sweet time, savor every bite of it.
All right. Oh, some fun technical stuff there.
I was trying to figure out why my mouth wasn't moving anymore. Sometimes it forgets.
After enjoying the meal for a slight while, go ahead and give me a perception check, everyone. In the room. So not you, Jartus, or Abarat. You two are in a separate place.
What sort of perception check?
It's going to be by sight, not by smell.
Gotcha. 15.
15? Okay.
7 with a nat 1 on the die.
But I thought your Andrea was gone.
No, your laundry is in the same...
Oh, yeah, I was going to leave, though. I was going to leave to check up on them.
Okay.
Yes, I completely forgot to. Don't worry. I
And in your
completely
case,
spaced that I left.
your laundry, in your case, I need a survival check.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. 4 with another nat 1 on the dice. That's
Oh
2
my
nat 1s
gosh.
back to back.
We'll get to you in a moment. You are thoroughly getting lost.
Lost.
Oh, the House of Eternal.
Fine Storm, what's your perception?
12.
12? Oh dear. None of you
I was
noticed
just concentrating on the fish.
on the fish? Okay. The Fine Storm, there is a tap on your shoulder.
Look up.
Yeah, there's no one there.
Look around.
No one there. And you hear a whisper.
Now's the time.
Come on.
Excuse myself from the table. I think it's time for me to investigate something.
What is it you are investigating? Fines.
I think I need to talk to Ileana some more.
Very good.
I love not lying. But not telling the truth. Sorry. So I leave the room, and then I assume she'll take me wherever she wants to go.
Okay, yeah. She does so. Another private study room off to the side.
Okay.
It's
Quick
close
cut
to...
to me just standing in the middle of like some hall, like, huh?
Deja vu.
I am so lost.
You, while you're kind of standing there looking around, not knowing where you are, what's going on, one of the doors opens up and a child walks out of it.
Ah, fuck you.
Will you play with me?
Comes out and looks, sees you and goes, "What are you doing here?"
Getting myself lost, kid, actually. Where is here exactly?
Depends. Currently, we're on the mainland.
We're on a giant rotten turtle.
Not anymore. When Mother and I arrived here, it was shifted to the mainland.
Poor
I just like,
Sabrina.
I stand there and I'm just blinking at him. Huh? Oh, that's I like pause for a second. I just look around. Ooh, Sabrina's gonna be pissed.
Yes.
Ooh. All right, kid, I got a job for you.
I already have a job, but what's your one? You paying?
Sure. I need back to like the main hall library area with the hieroglyphs spinning up in the air and the light show and the blah 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 in the center of the room.
Oh, library. Okay. I can take you there. 5 gold.
Holds his hand out.
I look at him and I'm like, keep this up, kid. You're gonna do good in life. And I reach in and I plop down 5 gold.
Come on.
He grabs your hand, starts guiding you through.
What are the tattoos on your face for?
Born with them. I'm ASMR.
What's an ASMR? Oh. Connected to celestial being.
Bingo.
What's your name?
Rolandril. What about you?
I'm Vanril.
Heck yeah, kid. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too. What's wrong with you?
Oh, kid, a lot of stuff.
I can see it. You're not quite aligned. You don't fit.
This whole time while he's guiding you through hallways, through stairs and other doors.
Well, any advice then? I don't feel any different.
Mother would say that time heals all wounds, especially those of the mind. I don't like that idea. I think the mind can be altered in different ways.
I say, listen, kid. Time doesn't heal all wounds. That's a crock of shit.
Well then, would you like to be helped?
Sure.
Okay.
Famous last words.
You're gonna need to take your circlet off.
He's stopped at this point, and he's holding his hands
up. And you're gonna need to get closer.
All right, I get down on one knee and lean forward. What harm could it do, folks? Let's see. Let's roll this die.
What harm could it do? Well,
This is gonna hurt.
Rock on, kid. I say, looking directly into his eyes.
His eyes, which are more of a forest green, this short. When you look at him, he looks like a much younger version of Marcus. A little black in the hair, but genuinely quite childlike. Then his eyes turn white. And suddenly you are no longer in the building. You see flashes of movements, different people, different zones, different areas. More than you've ever known. Many names come to your mind, not other people's names, but names of your own. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh, folks. Oof. Okay, what's my mod for that? Okay. 17.
17?
15 on the die.
15 on the die, all right. It is genuinely quite painful.
Ouch.
It's 9 points of psychic damage.
Ouch.
As your head begins to throb more and more and more, as more comes into light and begins to make sense. Why Marcus called Eshnar a false god? Because he is.
Cool.
You remember him being just a man. And you remember that stone. Not a small one. Not the small green stone like you once saw, but a large one. One as big as a boulder. And once again you hear the voice. A lot of these images come to your mind. You remember it all, but you can't piece it together just yet. There's so much there now. And you hear the voice again. Tisvik, I need you. And that's where we're going to cut to break. A little bit of an early one, but hey, we're going to cut to break for a second here. Welcome, Hans. Thanks for the host, buddy.
Hello, Hans.
Don't look at the chat. Don't look at the chat. Hans and I are just really going for lols right now.
Praise Lolth. Yeah, so we're going to cut to a little bit of a break. We're going to take a tenner. Go ahead and get a nice fine brew from Hank. Lily imports it and playing our shift and all that wonderfulness. So it's a little expensive, but hey, worth it. And Trash Panda Stew. See, Von is already enjoying some Trash Panda Stew there. We'll be back in 10 or so. There's a few things I need to cover as well. Oh, refill.
Anyway, yes.
Refill doesn't work anymore.
Refill
You have to purchase
doesn't
it.
work.
No,
Oh,
you have to purchase
that
it.
is correct.
Yeah,
How do
you got to use your
do
gold.
such a thing?
We'll
How do you
teach
do
you in a
such a
bit
thing?
here. Intermission time.
Oh,
Back in 10,
sure,
everybody. Thanks for being
I'll
here.
just dump all my gold into this channel. What are we talking about?
actually. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hope you had some nice refills. Were able to lose a few ounces and prepare yourselves to gain a few ounces. But we're back into the
Sounds
fray of
oddly
things.
sexual.
Oh, everything with you is. Everything with you is.
I'm about to make you gain a few ounces. Oh, let's go.
Okay, moving on from that real quickly. Yolandril, you're having that wonderfulness happen. Let's cut to find Storm and Ileana.
Oh
Ileana
no.
guides you to another side room, small study. Looks seems great. You're one of information as much as I am.
Yes.
Perhaps we can do a bit of a trade. I'll tell you what I know. If you can tell me a few things of what you know. Yes, there were some tech issues, by the way, so if Ben cuts out randomly.
Yeah.
Very, very big technical issues.
How much, before we get to this trade, what do you suspect of me or what I am?
Well, you don't particularly look like you belong in this place. I've never seen your kind in Andrea before. I've seen your kind in other places. Other planes.
I've seen other techs, Tabaxi here, from this area.
From Andrea?
Well, I don't think there's any on Andrea, but I know that there's some Quaylen Tabaxi over here now. And I know there, of course, there are other Tabaxi from Iridai.
Well, Quaylen one. I know of the one that brought the party that you're with. She's here. Seen her once or twice. In my going abouts. Perusing. What can you tell me of them? Why are they here?
The Quaylens?
Yes. Can't be just to find the princess. Seems trivial.
For a princess? Why would that be trivial? It started that way, I assume. From what I understand from Brolog, but now he's hunting trees.
That's what I presumed as well. It doesn't seem right.
I haven't been with the party long enough to know all the steps in between. I joined him at the Shallows. Just a few weeks ago. Or a week ago. So I may not have the information you want.
The thing with my situation is I've not been able to gain the information I need. Princess has not been forthcoming. She says she's here for reasons. Won't tell any of us. She showed up out of nowhere and just found us. And then claims to be the niece of our master, of our creator. Why?
This I do not know.
That's a pity.
Yes. Sounds like knowledge worthy of being known by a select few.
I would agree. Not all that is to be known should be known. But some that should be known should be shared.
No.
No.
To be known is to be treasured, not shared. Sharing it makes it less valuable.
Fair statement. Very fair
Free
statement.
that is.
So what information that is treasured that I might know What you would like to know.
I am trying to track down the source of this liquid that enhances people. From Andrea.
There's a few of those. All from Ecloria. They seem to dabble with potions of many kinds. How much is it worth to you?
That is a hard question to answer because I only deal in knowledge. I have no money.
That is what I deal in as well. Maybe an agreement.
So what do you ask?
I would ask for information regarding what the Quailans are doing here. We've been avoiding them for a long time, for obvious reasons. The more I know about them, the more I know of their intentions, the better. The better I can protect those who are here.
Well, seems like I might have something to trade you. But do you know the information I need? What is the source of this liquid? The actual source.
The actual source. You're on the right tracks.
That I know.
Well, following the trees. Many of them were made from the same source as well. However, they were lost to us. Grood. You'd like to go to Grood. It's a military town in Recloria on the southern side. It contains many secrets that the Chancellor doesn't want people to know. The source of the liquid, if I'm presuming the right one from our previous conversation.
Mm-hmm. The one that makes him almost like a berserker.
Yes, that's the one. It's manufactured there. Heavily guarded. I myself have not entirely been able to sneak through the checkpoints that they have. But perhaps with your own abilities, you might be able to.
From what I just saw, you seem to have some pretty good abilities. Not many can sneak up on me. Of course, I was engaged in a beautiful fish dinner.
I've been gifted with a few things. It's the joys of being a creation of some kind. Mind you, don't fully enjoy being a creation.
We're all creations.
Yes, but you weren't created for a specific purpose like myself.
That is fate. Who knows who? You just know the author of your fate. I don't know the author of mine, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
An interesting thought. An interesting perspective. I'll have to dabble on that one.
Well, in payment, I can definitely offer you something, though I do not know beyond the princess and the trees why the Quailans are here. I do know that they are showing an immense interest, immense enough that the king will be here soon. And that's worth something.
That is
King
definitely...
Shago is coming. It's probably almost already here. What was the last time Prologue said? 21 days?
21 days, yeah.
21
Is that the 21 or
days.
22? One of those
Yeah,
two.
well,
We'll go
by now
21.
you've got 20 or less days. And he is coming. And not alone.
Not alone. Before you.
I do not know the size. But knowing that there's war over here, knowing some of the mischief probably that's going on over here, I would assume he's bringing more than one ship at least. He might be ahead of them. But you don't got much time if you want to try and avoid them.
This is valuable information. To give you an idea of how valuable for myself it is, what I've given you is not enough in payment. You need to follow the blood. The serum is made from a base of blood.
Whose blood? The tree's blood? Marcus's blood.
Neither. It's made from the king's brother's blood. Somewhere in the depths of Grood they have him hidden away. When they arrived here, the 3 Huglopids and the 1 Magus, one of them was dispatched and removed immediately. The other one, though, they kept him alive. Used him for their own purposes. My creator, he made a lot of mistakes in his past. He's doing his best to make up for them. It's not been easy.
I see. Thank you for the knowledge.
Thank
It shall
you.
be cherished and kept.
Thank you for the knowledge. I will cherish and keep mine as well. Now, is there anything else we can discuss? Anything else we can help each other out with? I assume they don't know this is what you're here for.
No. I don't think they care about it. At least not yet. Don't even know if they know about it.
Might
I
be
tracked it to Shallows, but I guess if they've been on mainland, maybe they know about it.
You tracked it to the Shallows. You're from Iridai, that's up north. It's a long way to travel. Is it in Iridai?
Good information must be tracked down. The knowledge of it, I guess, is. But the Shallows is only a trading port of it.
And I think another question should be asked as well by the both of us.
Hmm.
How are they trading it? Where are they getting it from?
Well,
Recloria safeguards that very carefully.
Somebody's not. It's being smuggled and sold in the black markets
Well,
of Shallows, so that pretty much makes it available anywhere
as it would.
if you got the coin.
Wonder if Jeth knows.
Or if he's using.
Well, he is an orc. Which makes sense. They tend to be a bit more of that kind of breed.
I did not have time to question him.
Well, that is your mission. And I do wish you the best of luck in it. For ourselves, we're less concerned about that, and much more about the timeless.
And do not know of this timeless except for what I've overheard from the group, which you know as well. guess they were there and saw him, but I was not.
I don't know who they are. Wish I did. Anyway. Your path is a difficult one. I wish you the best of luck in it. And I hope you figure it out.
I will. Or I cannot return home.
Curiosity. And maybe at some point I might be able to explore a bit. But that is for another day. We both have our current missions and our current perspectives. Best of luck in your hunting.
You too.
Before we arouse suspicions, I'll be going. She walks to the door, stops for a second. If you ever need any help, find me. It'll come at a cost, of course. But I'm always happy to help someone else who's on the seeking knowledge.
I nod.
And she departs through the door, leaving you in the study.
I will find my way back to the dining hall.
Okay. It's easy enough to do. Just
I was perceptive on the way.
yeah, you've
Watching
got
everything.
a very high passive perception, so for you it's not as hard to find your way back to a place as it would be for your Landriel.
You're still lost.
You're still...
No, I guess he's not lost.
I am
anymore.
so lost.
You got a guide. You're okay now. Okay.
That aside, we'll shift to Prologue. Towards the end of your enjoyment of the finely made dolphin steak, the door opens to a figure that you have seen once before in Lithrom. The red-cloaked and red-cowled individual that you saw from afar but never actually met. She looks around, sees you, and... I presume you are the leader of the Quaylen group?
That is correct. You were in the arena.
Yes, I was. I was there observing, trying to stop something that was unfortunately inevitable.
One can but try. I am Prologue, and you are.
I am Mathona, or Mother, as Marcus likes to call me.
The meal is excellent. Would you like to partake?
Yes, actually I would. Geoffrey, if you don't mind. Of course, madam. She walks over to the table and... Bless you.
Sorry.
Takes a seat from across from you and is like... I spoke with a few of your colleagues. They told me that you had a conversation with the princess. Gesundheit.
It was not much of one. That back and forth was limited.
It's more forth when it comes to Kostia. She doesn't... She's the royal person that I would call, what is it, Royal brat.
That was nicer than what I was thinking, but yeah.
Well, I think you will find I am much more agreeable and good to speak with. And when it comes to this house, what I say ultimately is what goes, and not what she says, despite what she likes to think.
Does Marcus not rule here?
He does, to a certain degree. His mental state is not what it once was. As such, I am more in command than him these days.
I am happy to wait for meal. If that would be your preference.
Let's begin talking now. I find it's a little tedious to speak in between bites. It will take a while for that to get prepared, nonetheless.
Very good.
So, if I heard correctly, Paraspetis is dead.
That is correct.
It is a pity.
Yes. A good man, perhaps.
He appeared to be, yes. I would have enjoyed working with him a little bit more, but time tells a different tale, I suppose.
Yes.
I do have a proposition for you. We are hunting an individual, and we know where's a home base, so to speak, is much like this is ours. They have their own place that they like to dabble and stay. The locals here, they call it Stillwater.
Do what?
It's to the northwest in the islands.
Yes. Yes. What about it?
It is difficult to access and get through. Unfortunately, there's no one in the mainland itself that can help with it, and the princess has been reluctant to assist. You are the best chance that we would have in infiltrating, getting through. Whatever we can find out of what they hold there would be beneficial.
When you say get through what?
Have you ever encountered a place? Well, actually, you have. You know how this house is laid out. Difficult to maneuver, different functions and magical pushes in ways. It too has those, although its pushes are a bit more of a violent aspect.
All right. And then?
We've sent a few of our operatives in there in the past, and none of them have returned. If you have the time, we could do with your accompaniment in getting into it.
Are you saying that you are going there and enjoy?
We will be going there eventually. There are other matters we need to take care of. Some that we might not, and others that we will. Currently, a place called Barkoth needs our attention. Lots of happenings going on there.
Yes, I do not know of that place. I do not think that it is relevant.
No, it is not. Not for you.
Go to Stillwater, break into a magical house, and then
You discover the purpose of the corruption. I believe whoever is staying there is the person behind the corruption of the trees. And from what I heard from your other party members, that is what you are currently dabbling with.
Burlock would like to perceive if she is just telling him what he wants to hear.
Give me an insight check.
11.
11. It's a little unclear. As far as you can tell, she's not lying. But it's a little difficult as well.
That would be a possible interest.
Of course, for the future, maybe it is something I greatly like to do. However, Marcus and his namesake have deemed other things more important for now.
You stated this as a proposition. What would the other side be?
The other side, oh yes, well, you help us, we help you. That is a good question. What did you need help with?
I do not know. Marcus has given me all of the information that I have been looking for currently. Perhaps a favor in kind at a future date.
Trading favors. We could do this, yes. It is possible.
I cannot say with a 100% certainty, as I am under command, but it seems to me a good proposition and one that will meet the king's favor.
The king, as in, which king?
Shago.
Shago.
I said that right? I said that right?
That is right, yeah. As in Marcus's younger brother.
Yes.
The aspects of serving King Shago is a little questionable for myself. We are not... how to put this delicately? We should not exist by standard Magus understanding.
Yes, I am aware. I serve currently at Shago interests. You would be assisting me in that, if that is helpful to you. How you are thinking of the project.
It is a bit of a give-take. As I would be assisting you, you would be assisting me. Perhaps it is still worth it in the end of the day.
Yes.
I presume that you would be informing. Shego,
Of course.
see the ring on your finger. This ring ascending very clearly. One thing I would definitely ask for a favor that is immediate is, and this might be a little difficult and a bit of a more of an ask of you, as you are currently serving him directly. I do ask that you do not tell him of our presence and where we are. From what the princess has told us, they believe Marcus to be dead. And it is favorable that way.
This secrecy, I understand. But commands must be followed. So, considering the safety of your house, once we have gone, once I have left, I could wait for a time for telling. But he must be told.
A man of duty and honor. I respect that. What is there that I can do to convince you to abandon those duties?
Them strong words there.
Them's fighting.
I am Rolog. I do not abandon duty.
Then let me change that word. What is there I can do to convince you to change those duties?
$1 billion gold.
You have been a very polite individual.
I do try.
Therefore, I will give this the consideration, and I will think on it. Give me a moment. Prolog's going to lean back in his chair in a meditative state and think over this whilst somebody else talks.
Okay. You spend time thinking about it. Food is brought out to Mathona, who sits and just eats while watching you think, with a very curious look on her face. Abarat. You, on your request to show what is undeath and all that, one of the Joffreys comes down to you and says, "We have a very large section regarding undeath and what is possible in that. There are many books on it. That section we are strictly prohibited on giving people copies of. What exactly would you like to know?"
Oh, let's see. Brad sits there and thinks for a second, and then he goes, I want to know a few things, but I think right now starting with the moral implications of undeath. I want to see what others think of undeath, because I'm beginning to get the feeling that it's frowned upon. And I'd like to know why.
It would directly depend on the plane.
This one.
This plane. Well, in this
Yes.
plane, it is strictly, how to say delicately, prohibited. The prohibitations of it really do depend on the location as well. If you are in Quela, it is very frowned upon and a matter of execution. To bring back what is expired naturally is not morally affable.
That's arrogant. Why? I mean, most specifically, I'd like to read up on why these people think that they have any right to dictate what happens to a body after it dies.
The moral, or the reading up of it, would require reading of several tomes that have been written by Marcus through the ages. It would take too long. For why it has been deemed that way, it leads back through the histories of Quela itself. One of the previous kings was born much like Marcus, a king of necromancy. He dabbled and was directly connected to the abilities of bringing back the dead. This act was, to a degree, devastating. It almost led to the collapse of the race, for the undead are not entirely the same. To bring back someone after they have expired in that fashion is to not bring them back, but to bring a different being back. Every single one of the people that he brought back ended up souring and turning on their families.
Oh, I'm not interested in bringing someone back exactly as they were. I just want the body to do what I want it to do, really. I guess we'll
Well,
move
that
on
would be
from the
bringing
moral
it back.
implications then.
That is the
Um,
aspect, actually, of bringing them back. If you have the body do what you would like it to do, it does not bring them back. It just brings the body back. And the body...
Which is what I'm implying.
Yes, it is what you're implying, I can tell. The body itself, when it's brought back, is not acting in its normal, true nature. As such, it causes devastation where it goes. They usually, like I said, sour and start to seek the destruction around. However, if you're talking about different planes, this is seen to be a natural course. One such plane would be Yasuf.
Well, moving on from the moral implications then, because I don't think I'm going to be going to any other planes anytime soon. Let's just go over then how one brings back, or not back, but rather one creates an undead.
The process is tedious, at best. And is also fruitless. The body does eventually...
That's for you to say and me to decide.
Yes, well, there is the individual that you so desire to speak with greatly has deemed it fruitless himself, your creator and my creator. Creating undead has been deemed as a pointless research. To continue in on it would only be to continue in on the destruction of this plane. How he has created said undeads is through certain magics, like, for example, the turtle that we were on the back of. It requested... Yes, we are no longer there. It requested to remain alive through whatever means possible. Only through that request did Marcus deem it worthy to undergo the procedures of becoming an undead.
I'm not interested in making sentient undead.
You're interested in making an empty corpse?
Yes.
This information has been deemed unworthy of sharing, for the fear of the empty corpses ravishing this world. As the reports that we have received from the children of Marcus, Lithrom is an example of what happens when you pursue this research.
I was not at Lothrom, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
It was ravished, destroyed, and brutalized by the undead.
Oh, how unfortunate. Anyway, I guess then I don't need to be talking to you. I should be talking to Marcus.
Unfortunately, that is not something you can do. He's going to be out for quite some time.
Fascinating. Abrat's going to turn around and walk out the room.
All right. Where are you going?
I'm going to look for Brolog.
Okay. Give me a survival check.
Survival. 13.
13. You begin walking through the hallways aimlessly. You start to get the feeling that you have no idea where you're going. There are many rooms, many corridors, many places. Until you open up a random door and before you is, well, looks to be Marcus. But he's not greyed. His hair's not grey. He looks younger. Different. Meat eyes and he's like, who the hell are you?
Abrat. Vanril, am I to presume?
Vanril is nothing but a child. No.
So you're not Vanril. My apologies. I am Abrat.
As you said.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing here? Why are you not escorted?
There's a whole lot of not being done.
Oh, yes, of course, there is a whole lot of not being done. This person, he's one, as you're beginning to talk to him, you see the clothes. His clothes are very different from what Marcus was wearing. They're more of a squire's, or not squire, scholar's clothes. They look to be studious. There's chalk marks on some of the cuffs of his robe itself. He doesn't look like he was dressed in a formal fashion of any kind. And he looks at you and, why are you entering into the... I'm sorry, I'm just very confused as to why you're roaming around the empty hallways by yourself.
Well, I just had an irritating conversation with a faceless one, so I kind of decided to walk away and look for... Oh, I guess he's my leader. Brolog. He's a Loxodon.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Really?
Do I look like the kind that jokes?
Well, if you're following Brolog, then no.
Oh, okay. Truthfully, I'm not following Brolog, more like being dragged behind Brolog, simply because Brolog is meeting an ends to which he's doing something I need him to do right now.
Which is?
Find these trees that Marcus seems to have created, save those that can be saved, and destroy those that must be destroyed.
Fascinating. Of course, he would trust someone else to actually undergo this stuff. Well, either way, let me escort you to the door and I'll see you out. He starts taking you through some of the doorways if you follow.
Oh, he follows.
So you're here with Brolog. What of the others? Are they all here as well? Winged Tiefling? The Asimar?
No.
Moreover,
Asimar, yes.
The winged Tiefling. Is he here?
No.
Oh, good. I hate that one.
I've never truly met Well, okay, I've met in passing, but he stayed behind with the tree that I came from.
What of the other Magus?
He died.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
No surprise there.
Arrogantly preserved his body.
Arrogantly.
I don't understand why people preserve bodies. That's so... burn it, compost it, or bring it back as a soldier or something. Just don't preserve it. Waste of space.
Let me ask you a question. Did you see where the body went afterwards?
Oh, no, definitely not.
Then you were unaware of the Magus traditions.
I don't really care about Magus traditions.
You should. If you are caring about the preservation of the body itself, then you should be questioning yourself as to why they did, which is apt. And you are asking the right question of, why do they preserve the body? The Magus tradition is to burn the body. It isn't in the lines of it, but they do it in a very specific fashion. They have to do it back at home, which is in the floating island, pompous assholes, underneath the stone that keeps it afloat.
Well, at least they burn the body.
Yes, but the body needs to be preserved until it can be burnt.
I don't know why, but...
Okay, let me explain to you a little bit further here then. We are in Andrea. Quayla is across the seas to the west, which is roughly 38 days away. By that point, the body would be bloated, decomposing, and disgusting. They preserve the body so it is in a fine fashion to present in front of the council itself, so it can be burnt in a honourable way to the dead.
Dead?
Yes. If he died, then he is dead. Things are not brought back to life. Well, other than good old Turty, as I like to call him. Although, he never died. He was kept alive. I always forget
I'm
that.
beginning to think I am in the wrong plane of existence.
How do you mean?
The frustrating conversation I had with that faceless one was...
Yes.
Yeah, that thing. Was along the lines of undeath, because you see, I am most very curious about it. But I am learning very quickly that other people seem to find it vile and horrifying.
It's
and
because
I
it
don't
is.
understand. You are leading me to the exit.
I am leading you to the exit. We are still walking. The act of bringing something back from the dead without actually bringing its own soul back into itself is to animate nothing but nothing. It is at that point nothing. It is an empty vessel. And at some point, that empty vessel can be occupied by something vile and disgusting. Let me ask you a further question here. If you were to bring something that was dead back to life, and then it were occupied by something, and then turned on you and tried to kill you, would you be happy? Would you be pleased with your work?
If something were able to take over what I brought back from the dead, I would be curious to find out what that something is.
Would you be able to be curious about what it is if you were dead? Yourself?
I'd be dead. Why would I care?
So you would willingly sacrifice yourself for your own curiosity of bringing something back from the dead?
I mean, I'm interested in bringing things back from the dead to use as what I need them to be used for. After which the body can then be whatever. Compost, ash, doesn't matter to me.
Then what do you want to use it for?
I haven't quite gone that far yet, because I've not really been able to study much on this, since I keep running into walls.
You're a little far from your mic. Can you move closer?
Hard stone walls. And every time I try to find information on this, I get met with...
Hostility?
Yes.
Yes, same on my end. Not that I actually want to pursue that research. This is not the plane to do it.
Which is why I'm apparently in the wrong plane of existence.
I would agree. As am I. Of course, this is the one I was born to, and I'm not allowed to leave it. At least not yet. You said Brolog was here. Is Yolandriel here?
Yes.
He's more of the one I'd like to talk to. Well, I like talking to him at the very least. Pleasant fellow. Understands the necessity and the duties of those that need to do them. If that makes any sense at all.
I'm sorry, you started talking about your Yolandriel and I stopped paying attention.
You are rather useless, aren't you?
When it comes to anything that I'm not interested in, apparently.
Well then. Here's the door. You can see yourself out.
Thank you. I will walk through the door. What door am I walking through, by the way? Is it the front door?
Same front door. Same front door. He's led you to the foyer. And as you open the door, you first open the door, and outside you see ruins. The ruins of a city. Everything is destroyed, collapsed, fallen apart. What's the matter?
I don't recognize this place.
Of course you wouldn't. Very few have come to this place. Wait, hang on. Maybe I should ask you a little question here. How did you get here?
By boat.
By boat? Oh my goodness. He slams the door shut. This one grabs hold of a candlestick on the side, pulls it down. Fine Storm, wherever you are at this point, you feel a small little jostle and shift. And Abarat, through the window you see a complete change of scene. As the outside becomes green again and you can see out into the ocean. There you are. We're back on the Dragon Turtle.
Oh, perfect. Quick question. Do I have to continue worrying about the scarecrows and whatever that thing that came out of the ground was? Okay, how do I get around them without bothering them?
You would need to travel with someone who knows how to turn them off. Good luck! And he starts walking away.
I walk out the door. Is the golem there?
As you walk out the door, there is a rumble on the ground as the golem begins to formulate.
I go back inside. Joffrey! I need you?
One of the doors that's off in the distance opens up. Yes, can I assist you?
Might I get assistance returning to the boat from which I came here on?
Unfortunately, that is
disturbing-
not something I can do for you.
Oh, you useless piece of junk. Where do I find someone who can help me?
That would be either mother or daughter or son could see to that. The namesake could also as well.
Where is Mother currently? Because of everyone, she's the most amicable.
She is enjoying a fine meal with Brolog currently.
Might you please provide me with assistance to said place that they are enjoying said meal?
Yes, of course.
Much
Proceed
thanks.
to the stairs to your right and start climbing up. You will need to go through a corridor first off. I will meet you there and then guide you
Excellent.
to the location.
Abrat proceeds forth.
Okay. Yolondril, after your headache, for lack of better terms, Van Riel takes his hands off, his eyes return to normal. He's like,
What are you?
I'll look at him. Right back at you, kid. Let's keep moving.
Okay.
he just
Oh man, this really smarts. I say as we walk over.
he turns and starts guiding you again, leading you to the library, where you enter in, and the only person you can see is Jartis. Everyone else is still not there.
All right, I'm gonna walk in then. With the kid, and I'm gonna say, "Hey, you think you can give me like a ice pack or a thing of frozen vegetables or something? I don't know."
No.
I said it to the kid. They're Jartis. Just so
Oh,
you
to
know.
Jartis. The kid responded too.
No, I said it to the kid. I was just letting Jartis.
Ah, okay, yeah.
I can't. I can see if Joffrey can go get something for you. Oh, cool,
Rocket.
Satyr.
Yeah, go talk to Jartis. I gotta sit down, I think. And I'm gonna go find a seat.
You find
And
a
then I'm
seat.
gonna snap my fingers and be like, Garçon? Garçon? No. I'm gonna call up to Joffrey or whatever the thing's name is.
They come down and assist you and leave to grab a ice pack of sorts to bring back to you.
Nice.
Jartis, this young boy comes running up to you.
Wow. I've seen very few of your kind. You're fascinating. Much like your laundry,
Yeah,
you
there's-
don't belong here.
There's not too many of us left, but I don't know. I'm determined to figure out if that's entirely true.
Not true. There's plenty of you. There's just not many on this plane.
And that's comforting to hear. How do you know so much being so young?
Young. I'm over 100 years old.
I do apologize, sir. I don't believe I've made any proper introduction to myself at all. My name is Jartis. I'm very fascinated with your manner here. I've come to appreciate a lot of what you're doing with the sanctity of all sets of knowledge. What do you do here? What is your name?
I'm Vanwell. I'm here to maintain the sanity of Marcus. I'm not doing so hot
yeah,
on that
that's-
right now, but you know.
I was gonna say, that's definitely needed.
Yeah, well, anything Father needs. Well, I guess not Father.
If I may be frank,
Hmm?
or candid,
I thought your
why do
name
you
was
all refer to
Jarvis.
each other as family members? Oh, it's something I picked up on one of my many encounters with people at the Chalice Estate. I've noticed that you refer to each other as family members here. Why is that? mother, father.
It's just what we were taught. Mother came first, then father, and then daughter, and then me. We didn't get actual names until we started going out to the plains. We couldn't refer to ourselves like that, so we gave ourselves names.
Fascinating. So you say you've been alive for 100 years?
Yeah. On and off.
Would you mind elaborating?
Um,
On and off, 100 years.
well, to preserve the existence, we go into stasis. Our being, well, especially mine's not that good of a make. We're made in certain ways. We only exist for so long, and to make sure that we're utilized in the best ways, we get put into a stasis.
Can I ask, do you know if there was something before your family decided to settle here in this manner on this island? Why the living island?
I don't know. It was just a being floating around in the ocean without purpose. It was given a purpose now.
What is your role here?
To maintain the sanity of Marcus?
Is that it?
No. I also, I do other things too.
I've noticed there's a compartmentalization, but you seem disconnected from each other in a way.
Kinda.
Like you don't have an individual grasp of the bigger picture.
There's no need.
What does Marcus talk to you all as a group ever?
Not usually. He talks to Mother the most. She's the one who tells us what needs to be done.
Fascinating.
We do operate as a unit, and we all have our own means. I'm more of the mind
Are you the
guy.
oldest one? Or how old is Ileana?
Ileana? She's 238?
How old is Marcus?
Over 800 years. I think the number is 876.
My God. Every time you think you see something.
Yeah.
Floating island comes and wrecks your entire worldview.
Not the first time.
Do you have any questions for me? Not so young man.
Yeah. Tons. Why are you here? Well, I mean, not like here itself. I mean, like here on this plane. You shouldn't be. I mean, it's not that you shouldn't be. It's more that you don't come from here originally, but then you did come from here originally, and now you've been here for a long time, and then you've kind of lost a little history of things, and I'm just really want to know.
See, every time I think I have the right question, I'm looking for an answer to a question that I don't even know how to ask.
What
do you mean, this plane? I'm from here. I was born here. I was traded into an apprenticeship, an island from the west. An isle. I don't recall going anywhere except for the Chalice.
Well, that's what I mean. Satyrs, they don't belong here. Well, they do belong here, but they don't belong here. It's a little complicated. Originally,
Do
there's
you?
a place called the Fae. Not accessible
Yes.
here.
Do you know about the Fae?
Limited. I read about it.
What? See, I was told that Aerolith was the extent of your knowledge.
My knowledge is only that it exists. I don't know how to get there or where it is. I'm just curious. Mother told me it's not something I'm supposed to be curious about.
How do you know it exists? Really just at best.
Well, you exist. So it must, right? It can't just be a myth.
Deductive reasoning isn't necessarily a path to the true nature of if a Fae type, not Fae type. I'm looking for a true Fae, a Fae culture. I know one has to be there.
Well, if you find it, let me know. Because I want to know too. But according to Mother and according to Sister, our responsibilities lie elsewhere, and that is something that we should not be thinking about currently, and is something that this is meant for the future.
That has to be the most polite response I've gotten.
I'm the only polite one around here.
I appreciate your time. And I only hope that we've managed to have some kind of a harmonious visit here. I know some of my group can be a little hard to swallow, but we are definitely, I think, looking for noble things as a group.
Hopefully. If not, then Mother will likely tell me to do something I don't want to do. I don't like doing stuff like that.
Oh, that makes two of us. And I hope you have a positive rest of our visit here. Our visit will hopefully end well, and I'm sensing a natural end to this conversation.
Okay.
Go see where Brolog is. Do you know how to get to the dining hall where him and...
Yeah. I do. Hey, Disvic, you want to come with us?
you...
I go, yeah. And then I'm like, okay. And I'm gonna get up completely ignoring the fact that I responded to a name that wasn't my own.
It's this way. I'll take you guys there. And he begins
As I walk, I'm like, hopefully those faceless things can find me.
Oh,
and I grab onto Jardis's shoulder and let him lead me. As it's like hard for me to keep my like eyes open. I'm just like, oh, it's so bright.
It's like the worst migraine you've ever had. And Jardis, he grabs your hand and starts guiding you along. The whole time talking about how fascinated he is in the Satyr race and the fact that they exist over here, because all the other places he's been, it's been more of a loose type of connection of things. Brolog, while you're pondering
the orb.
Pondering the orb.
Brolog is ready.
Yeah, okay, go for it. She's in the middle of taking a bite, looking at you.
there would be need of several to happen. In order to change my duty, I would need my change allegiance. Is that what you're asking?
Absolutely can't be, of course. Well, it depends on what you mean by a change of allegiance. Would you be dropping your ties? Explain, please.
In order to not fulfill my duty to the king, I would no longer be king. To that, I would be convinced to serve someone else. If that person is you, Marcus, I would need to know why I would do that.
Perhaps a full realm of honesty would be good. So, to assist in your convincing, as soon as the better as well. And the unfavorable person who you might not like might be on his way here. So, let me tell you a little of what is going on. Marcus came here to pursue research that he was not permitted to do in Quela. The research that he is thought to be worthy. Do you know, are you aware of the Magus disease? The disease of magic?
Very slightly.
Well, your previous leader, Paraspitis, he suffered it. It causes certain movements inside the body, connects in a different way. The princess, she also suffers it. He sought out to cure it. And in order to do that, he had to dabble in unconventional experiments. Not many were willing to undergo them. So he came here and forced people to undergo them. He experimented on living subjects, people who did not volunteer. Through the years, he began to regret his decisions, especially the one of teaming up with Euglopids, who turned out to only be out for their own endeavors the entire time. After a while, he created me. At first, I agreed with him. I thought it was the right course, the right methods. However, through time, the research began to sour. It began to have a bad effect on him. I managed to convince him not to anymore. That what he was doing was not right. That the people deserved better. Now we are fighting to fix these mistakes. This is why we are so busy. I am busy trying to turn off the places that he created and go clean up other planes of what he's done. This one is probably the worst. He does not believe the timeless is his creation, but I do. In order to save this place, we need help. If Marcus was in his full state, we would have no issue. But the experiments he conducted on himself, when there were no subjects to conduct them on, have greatly had an effect, especially that on his mind. As much of a difficulty as your group has had with Andrea True, you have gotten things done. Looks like the power is turned on in Charters.
Yep, there it comes.
There's the power. I realize that he's a bit of a information dump of sorts
Hallelujah.
on you.
You are asking me to give up my current legion. Follow what some might call a madman.
No. I am asking you to help a madman redeem himself from the mistakes that he has made in the past. Your allegiance will not be towards Marcus. Your allegiance would be towards me.
What of Shago?
I am not sure. I have never met Shago myself.
An interesting prospect. I am not fully satisfied, but we will move on to the second point. And that is a new contract would be needed to be made and agreed upon with payment, length, time, and parameters. What would have me do, and if my associates continue to follow, what you would have them.
There are a number of things involved in that. Payment, of course. Absolutely, I would be paying you. I'd be happy to. Your members, they are curious about things that I'm curious about as well. Thus so on Abarat's side. One thing I should make clear to you is that those of us who are clones are all connected. What they know, I know. And I can tell you, Ileona has just had a very interesting conversation with Finestorm. Yolandriel has just been shown the light by Van Rill. And Abarat is not satisfied with Joffrey. Jartis is looking for something that is missing. So am I. Of course, not right now. There are more pressing things at hand. However, if it becomes prevalent that it comes to light now, I would be happy to assist. There are a lot we can do for each other. Your party members all have their own individual things they are looking for as well. As much as something I am looking for. I am offering you the resources to accomplish your mission, to accomplish what you would like, in a more adequate way than what Shago is currently offering. I would not be ordering you around Prologue. I would be allowing you to do what you do best. To take action in your own means, in your own way, without having to have permission from myself. That and 10,000 gold per month. For the entire party, of course. You'd have to split it.
I see. What is your...
You might have to say that again. I think you cut out at the end.
What is your goal?
I would very much like to return Marcus to his full sane state.
And to do that, I think the only way is to kill the trees of their corruption, gather their hearts, to undergo a ritual that I am still trying to prepare. But I only have so many resources. There is a mess in Parkarth that Father's attention needs to be attending to. Ileona needs to be gathering the information on what is going on here, with what the Timeless is doing here. And Vanril is tending to the mind of Marcus right now. Well, actually, he's currently guiding Landriel and Jadis up here.
You want to heal the mind, man
Yes.
who formed experiments individuals against their will.
Not to heal him to the state of which he was, but heal him to the state of which he is. The insanity is... It wasn't there for the longest of times. It is only of recent that it has become to be an issue, become more growth in his mind. It's expanded rapidly. I am concerned for what might happen in the next few months. And my resources are pulled thin. Without him, I do not have the capability of producing more help. And Joffrey, as great as he is, he cannot leave the building.
I will speak plainly. Shago's leadership has not impressed me. But an agreement. So the last point that would need to be resolved, I would need a way to return all payment that he gave back to him. Is that possible?
She leans back a bit, looks at you with a bit of a slight smile on her face. You know, I was told that this conversation would be difficult to have. I understand why. But I find you to be one of the most honorable beings I have ever met. Most people would look at the whatever payment he has given you and not bother to try to think about how to give it back. And yet here you are asking for a way to do so.
He paid me for a task, and I have not done it.
Well,
Must be returned.
I would be happy to assist in that. But let me ask you a question. I am also asking you to take care of the trees, to kill the ones that are corrupted and gather their hearts and bring them back to me. Does that not imply that you are still completing the task?
You are insinuating I could follow master. I cannot.
As honorable as you are, I am insinuating that perhaps there is a neutral beneficent here. He believes you are still under his contract. Should Shago discover the existence of his brother still being alive, he would be very interested in finding and resolving on said business. Part of the contract that I would like to suggest, which can be dropped if you do not feel comfortable with it, is that you continue to carry on that facade. Make him believe you still work with him.
Deception is... But An agreement is an agreement. If I were to serve Shago, I would tell him of Marcus. If I am not to serve Shago, I will tell Shago.
Then I think you are right. I think that is best. That we give back what he has given to you and the contract is broken. If you are not comfortable with the deception and not comfortable with not serving to the T of the contract, then we would be obliged to assist in the taking of whatever it is that you owe him and finding it back his way. Which, by the way, would include that ring.
Yes. The money, the ring, bag. Would you have one of your servants laundry?
They're actually all already on their way. Surprisingly enough, it served quite well. In fact,
Right about that at the point, the door opens up and Fine Storm finds their way into the room.
did you have a pleasant conversation with Ileona?
Yes.
Good. It is not her decision to share things with me. She much despises that fact. But Marcus saw too that I know everything that happens with all of his creations. Your conversation is private with me. Do not worry. The others will be here shortly. Are there any other requirements, Prologue? Because I feel we are very well in an agreement here.
I must speak to your laundry.
Your laundry. Good luck. I will leave you all to it. Give you space for a private conversation. I will be just inside the kitchen. Not far away, but I will not be paying attention, don't worry. Ileona's not here. She is left already. It's about that point that the door opens again, and a much, much younger looking Marcus comes through the door. I was much rather hoping I'd run into your Laundriel, not you. Prologue, how are you?
I just had a delicious meal. I'm doing quite well. And you?
Little disturbed by the fact that you're all here. A bit pleased at the fact that Zora is not. And that Praspitus is dead. To be fair, they were both my least favorite of your group. Ah, yes.
Very different individuals they are, and
indeed. Tell me, where is your Laundriel, for I much desire to speak with him?
I have been told to be here shortly.
Oh, good.
I was just heading to the kitchen to give them some private moments to be able to speak with each other.
Yes? Anything good?
Possibly. We shall see. Give them their stone back.
I don't have this stone. It was given to the collective like it should have been. Fine. He reaches into a bag and pulls out a large foot-wide stone. Like, here you are. Rolls it across the table to you. You don't
Prologue
recognize
has
me, do
no
you?
memory.
You
I
have
do not.
no idea. How about this? He clicks his finger and then he suddenly changes form to a long, blonde-haired individual with scholarly robes on, and you immediately recognize Larson.
I hate this guy.
Larson, the individual who you encountered in Yark, who took Zarai Stone.
That Praspidus wanted to throw out the window.
That Praspidus wanted to throw out the window, yes.
I was gonna
Threatened
say,
to.
good thing the rest of the party's not here that was here because he would be dead.
Larson.
Lady Gianna,
Yes.
same town.
Collective member who was rather aggressive in some ways towards you all.
I think he owes you
Abrasive.
some books on
Abrasive is the right
tattooing, I
word.
believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, of course, I don't know that. But
Yes.
Very like wood.
You owe me some books, I believe.
Oh yes, I do. I definitely do still. Apologies, I don't have them on with me right now. To be fair, here I can act like myself and be myself. Back in Yark, I have to be this.
Yark.
Yes. Your York and Sona less agreeable.
He is, isn't he? A fun persona, isn't he? Delightful in many ways. Either way, I will get those books to you as quickly as I can. They are prepared and they are resting in Yark. I just haven't had the opportunity to run into you any time, and now that I find the pleasure of being in your presence again, he clicks his finger again and the facade goes away and is like, and now that you know who I really am, I hope we can have a much more agreeable relationship in the future.
Yes.
Good. Athana, shall we retire to the kitchen and give them some moments? The door opens again as Van Rill opens it up and comes in, guiding Jartis and Yolandriel through. Yolandriel, you see the individual standing there. He turns and looks at you and is like, Yolandriel, good to see you again. Oh,
I
right.
completely ignore. It doesn't matter. I completely ignore it. I walk straight to the table to sit down.
Is he...
Major migraine. I helped him remember.
You did not.
What? Do you
As I
realize
sit
the psychological problems I could have on his mind?
As I sit
So?
down, I clap my hands together on my temple, and I just dump healing into my body. Because I'm at, right now, currently, my health is at 33 of 64. So I'm expending some spell slots to heal myself.
Mathana gets up and hurriedly walks over to you, puts a hand on your head. It is very, very hot to a touch.
Oh, I am so sorry, Yolandriel. He should not have done that.
And she...
I asked him to, I say.
You
in
asked
between,
him
like,
to?
laughter.
Are you an idiot? Those things are meant to be natural good causes. It is much more beneficial for your this is going to take some work. Well,
I'm running out of time here, so I thought just information dump was a good idea. I say as I turn and I like squint at her through my eyes.
oh, you poor thing. I can see that you are in so much pain right now. Here.
She puts her hand against your forehead again and casts a spell, and it is very cooling and very relaxing to the touch.
You need to be in a good state. You have a very deep conversation to have with Rolog. What can I do to assist?
Just,
Larson, what do you have?
I go, Larson, you son of a bitch, and I turn in my seat.
Hello, Yolondriel. How have you been?
Oh, living the dream, buddy. Living the dream. And I lean back in my seat.
Good. Well, whenever you get the chance, I don't think we're actually probably going to get the chance today to talk, but sometime in the future. I am very curious about your armor, and I think I do have some interesting information about it. But that will have to wait.
I give him a thumbs up in the air as he's talking. Before he's even finished, I'm just like, yep.
Good. That'll probably have to wait, though. I only have... he looks at his wrist, which is absolutely pointless to do. I only have a very limited amount of time left. I have to be back in the collective's headquarters very soon here. The headmaster has called an all staff meeting.
Oh, Larson, before you go, how's that commander dude? One that doesn't like me. What's the word on that guy?
Hagduin.
Yeah, I don't care what his name is.
Captain Hagduin is currently under investigation.
Was it the serum?
Yes,
I say?
actually. The serum. How did you know?
Oh, long story, escaped out of prison. It was a situation.
Well, I know you escaped out of prison. I got one of the reports immediately. His uncle, from my understanding, launched an investigation questioning the allegedity of his aggressive nature. They found it in his desk.
Well, so did I say, and I give him a wink, and then I close my eyes again because it's too bright.
I knew I liked you when I first met you. To be clear, Brolog, I'll address this at you, seeing as you follow this ridiculous creed. Whenever you meet me as Larson, I have to be aggressive towards you. It is the way our relationship has started, and is the way our relationship has to continue. I do progressively apologize for that. I would much rather be on good terms. Perhaps through time that can change. But meet me in closed doors, I can be like this, my normal charming self. Young Marcus, as they call me. Well, no one actually calls me that, just myself. But please do forgive me for any aggressive actions I take, and I will tell you now already, Brolog, I will be breaking your creed when I am acting as Larson.
You are forgiven, past method.
Good.
I take a couple of steps closer to him and watch Brolog, and have my claws just hanging there.
Fluffy. Right. Yolondriel, we'll talk later. I do still want to talk to you. However, I need to speak with Mathona for now, and then I'll have to be leaving. Good luck on your ventures. I do hope I can find you later on sometime soon. Toodles. He starts walking towards the back door. And he stops and turns. I don't know if you know, but your clone Aberrat tried to leave. I'm not sure if he did actually leave the building. I did show him back to the turtle's back, but defensive measures, they're still up.
He didn't leave. He's actually on his way up as well. One of the Joffreys is guiding him.
Oh, good, good, good. Come along, then.
You're not the one who gives me orders.
You're right. Please.
I hate it when he gets in this state. Right. Vanril, do come. Okay. Bye,
Thanks again, kid.
Jartis. You're welcome, Yolondriel. Whatever you need, Jartis, please let us know. I'd be happy to help.
It's always good to meet a friend.
Oh, look at you, you're making friends.
As they leave through the door, and you are all left, except for Aberrat, who will be getting there soon.
Jartis, I believe I gave you a man.
Repeat that last word. Gave me a what?
Command. Where is Abarat?
Command. As a satyr, my bladder is significantly smaller than most people's, and the frequency in which I must relieve myself.
Roll it.
Deception roll. Roll it.
That is a deception
Roll
roll.
off.
I don't have a
Definitely.
dice with me, so someone's gonna have to roll for it.
Here, I'll do. I'll do.
Yeah, you're not.
I trust.
I'll look at his.
You know what?
His sheet. I'll look at
Actually,
his
no. Yeah. Here, you look.
His deception is +6.
Okay, it's +6. That's good. Yolandriel, why don't
Yes,
you
indeed.
look at his sheet and I'll roll just on D&D Beyond here. We'll see if it favors us today.
I won't be able to see the roll, but I can confirm that it is
Deception +6. That's good.
Yeah. It
Well,
is
everyone
+6.
heard that it got rolled.
Yeah,
15.
it's 15.
Ooh, nice.
So Brolog, insight.
Okay.
That's a 5.
That's a 5.
Nice.
He had to use the bathroom and had to excuse himself. He said it's true.
You are new. So this will be forgiven. But no,
Hold on. I'm
It's
also
not
going to roll an insight.
a valid excuse in the future. It would be better to pee yourself than
Duly noted, sir.
your guarded one to go unguarded.
My insight for that lie was a 16, so I know he's lying, but I give him an okay sign, like by my thigh. I'm just like,
Nope. He rolled a 15, so +6 is 21.
Oh no, 15.
he rolled?
He rolled a 9.
Was the-
+6
Oh,
is the
okay,
15.
gotcha.
So yeah. Good check there. Good
I
check.
give him one of those underneath. I was going to say, what is he supposed to do? Piss himself? But Prologue already answered
Prologue
that
just said
question
yes.
for me.
Yes. Your laundry.
Yeah, buddy.
Mother has presented an interesting opportunity. As you are the remaining party member left, Guela, I would like your take on this.
Okay. Give me all the information, and then you give me all the information. I'm leaning back, and I am going to try and sort through some of the memories I have gotten to see if there's any key points that are similar. To you, Brolog, I'm just I've got my head tilted back. And if I have to make a roll for this, I will.
What key points are you thinking of?
Anything that's similar. Any events that I have previously lived through that are similar to this.
Because of what Vanro casted on you, which is very convoluted and complex. I'll explain that to you later on, then we might go into an RP on that later. Give me a... I want to say history check, but I don't think that's good for you. I want to make this a good roll, mainly because I want you to actually succeed on this.
Who knows? The dice gods might be with me. Just give me whatever.
Give me a... Yeah, well, the history... It's going to have to be a history check with advantage, though.
Okay.
And something I want to start doing actually more is giving you all inspiration. I need to get into the habit of it. So your Laundriel, for letting Vanril do that to you, take inspiration.
Ooh. take inspiration. What does that entail for this role, sir?
It just means you can, if you don't like either of the two rolls, you can use your inspiration to re-roll a d20.
It's gonna be a decision. Let's do that decision. Oh, that's not bad at all. That is a 17 with an 18 on the dice.
Oh, wow.
On the inspiration roll.
It's -1.
-1 for history, folks. I'm a
Intelligence
moron.
-1. Yeah. There are interesting similarities. The greenstone is very, very similar. The smiling lady, you've encountered her many, many times, and not always in the good way. Your opinion of Adi Baba is definitely, at this point, probably maybe a little negative.
Yeah,
Adi Baba, he seeks you out to seek the smiling lady to kill her. The smiling lady, from what you can remember and what you can tell, is a goddess. Trapped in Nathriel for all eternity. Eshnar is hunting her for a reason you don't understand. Through the years, at points you have lost, and you have died. And then you have been brought back by Eshnar for his own purposes.
Okay, prologue, you hear me say out loud, oh, me and him are gonna have to talk later. And then I knock on the table in front of me. I slap my hand down a couple times. And then I'm gonna look you directly in the eyes, prologue. And I'm going to ask, what does your heart say?
My heart holds nothing for the king. This opportunity beneficial and perhaps more in line with your goals and with mine.
I will add at this point that Yolandril, you know the king to be a follower of Eshnar, and through the many years you've been alive, you know Eshnar to be a corrupting false god.
Okay.
Vaughn,
Therefore-
go pee.
Yeah, Vaughn, go pee.
We can tell you need to. Go. Just go.
I'm shaking dice. I don't actually have to go to the bathroom.
It looks like you need to go to the bathroom, sorry.
What was I say? Yes. The only thing holding me king was the agreement. If that can be dissolved equitably, then I do not mind resolving. That would require the return of funds that I gave you, as well as the one that I am holding.
And if you can't come to an agreement to separate the deal, what then?
Let me rephrase. Mother has said that there is a way for the money to be returned, and for me to tell the king that the agreement is dissolved. That is enough for me.
Okay, I'm going to look at Brolog, and I'm going to point at the ring, or the thing he has that prevents people from coming into his mind.
It's invisible.
It is invisible.
Oh, it is invisible.
Yeah, it turns invisible when it's attuned to.
Okay,
I think-
then I'm just going to ask Brolog, knowing how he feels about such things, having been around him long enough. I'm going to say, can I get into your mind, Brolog? I want to show you something.
Yes.
No. I'm sorry. As long as you have me with you, he cannot. He can
Okay,
get into
then
my
I'm-
mind. You can't hear this, your Londriel. It's only Brolog who's hearing this.
Can you pass what he shows on to me?
I could. Not that I much like to. It's Marcus.
Brolog
He's the one who
takes
killed
off
my
the
family.
invisible ring and puts it on the table.
And at that point, you stop hearing what she's saying.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to. Oh, I don't think I can because I already have my one usage, don't I?
To be clear, your read minds is that's the one usage. So
okay.
diving into their mind is one usage. Your telepathy of speaking to people through mind is 30 feet and is continuous.
Okay.
It is a natural feat.
Okay, then I'm gonna do everyone in the room. The entire party. I'm just gonna show.
Abarat does enter at this
Send
time with
Abarat.
Joffrey.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. This would be about the time Abarat arrives.
I point over at Abarat and I say, "Good timing," and then that's when I do it. I do it the instant I say "good timing," and then
I'll leave the room,
I'm going
shall
to
I? Joffrey leaves.
show them the important images of what I just remembered.
You all see some very disturbing scenes of hunting down a single individual, trying to kill her as much as possible. It is, to an extent, grotesque. Some of the things that are done. Brolog, some of these images might be a little disturbing to you because you also recognize Carson. He's in many of them. Not with the mask on, the true form as you recognized him, as you saw him when he removed his mask inside his cart. Brolog, actually for you, go ahead and give me an insight check.
I'm a little bit confused. Who is this woman? Or is this the insight check?
The insight check is for other things, but
Okay.
I'll get to explaining things in a second here.
It's 13.
13. It's well enough. Carson, for the early memories, Carson is all in on what's going on, but for the later memories, there's a reluctance to his actions. Like he is no longer willing to do what he's been commanded to do. The woman they are hunting, you all understand to be a goddess, a trapped goddess, a Nathriel. Someone who is sought for the power. It becomes clear to you that Eshnar is seeking the power of a god. And to do that, he is desiring to capture the power of this goddess to use for his own.
To
Do the clones? Did they say anything about Eshnar?
The clones.
Did Mother say anything about Eshnar? I don't think she
Mother
did.
did not.
Okay.
But the stone, that green stone, is very familiar. It looks exactly like that small shard that you all found, but much bigger.
Like a small shard that broke when Yolandril touched it?
Yes, very same. The very one.
Same one that helped create Abarat.
The one that helped create Abarat. Yep.
Okay. It would seem that Eshnar is not worthy of being followed.
I'm gonna lean forward. This is like the first time my eyes have like fully opened for a period of time, Brolog, and I'm gonna look at you and I'm gonna say, "Yeah," and I'm gonna rectify that. I'm gonna close this fucking loop, and I'm gonna end this. And I need your help.
Brolog's putting on the ring again.
Seriously,
maybe
you're
go
going
back.
to follow Marcus? Really? He killed me.
And Brolog will say, Mother promised a large extent of autonomy so that I can do what I do best, as she said.
But that doesn't mean that we can't keep in contact with the king. Yes, he follows Eshnar, but it doesn't mean that we can't convince him otherwise. So we have to make a plan. We have to think this through.
What do you mean?
The more people know the truth, the better. Then we'll actually see where people's morals lie. When the truth is out, then we'll know.
So what are you suggesting?
I'm going to follow your lead, Brolog, for whether or not we take up Mother on her offer. Because it's up to you. Either way, my plan's still the same.
To defeat Eshnar.
To figure out why he's lying to me. And then maybe defeat him.
Abrat's going to take out that book Yolandriel gave him and then put it on the table and open it to the first page.
It's a lore-heavy episode.
It is a lore-heavy episode.
So Brolog will say, then it is decided. I will follow Mother. And then Brolog will turn to Jartis and say, does this changing of allegiance change anything for you?
You know, what it really does for me... Oh. That whole mobile studio. What it really does for me, Brolog, is shows that we're capable of change. And I'm willing to accept that.
Very good.
And when I say we, Brolog, I mean all of us. Not a subjective.
Yes. Brolog will then turn to Finestorm and say, Finestorm, do you still follow me?
Yes, Holy One.
Aberrats, you are the last.
I apologize. I'm coming in a little late on the conversation. I am clear on the fact that this false god Eshnar is a bad guy, and we are switching sides to Mother, which I'm very much for, by the way. I have one question.
Speak.
Why?
Why? For my reason. King Shago has never seemed worthy. The only reason I obeyed is because I had agreed to obey. Now that Mother has presented an opportunity to better utilize my skill and the goals that I have in mind, as well as doing that with more autonomy and which is mostly meaningless, but for better pay as well. Seems a good choice to make when I can make previous null with some amount of
Okay. I'm very much for this idea, by the way, mostly due to the fact that I was informed by that younger-looking Marcus that anything undead related is punishable by death over in Quela, and I have no interest in going back to Quela. I've never been there, so I have no interest in going to Quela. Would this provide me some autonomy to do some of what I've been growing interested in?
That seem feasible. Command from me are still command, but where that takes and you, that is up for debate.
Perfect. I don't intend anything I do to go against you. Just, you might, as I'm noticing in others, find it a little uncomfortable.
The philosophy undead of no concern to me.
I love you, Brolog. Yes, let's do this.
Burlock will go to the kitchen door and open it and say, Mother, assuming she's in there.
She is. Currently, you see Larson and herself in a rather interesting conversation. Like,
That is not in our parameters, Larson.
yes, but it would be very beneficial.
Prologue, have you come to a decision?
Yes, assuming the aforementioned parameters are met. You and I are agreed.
Oh. Very good. Perfect. Oh, very good, very good. Larson, we might need you.
Seriously? They both walk out the door. And with honor, she takes her own seat and gestures for you back and like,
I don't need a formal written conversation or contract of any kind. You just know
That would be preferred.
Oh, well, then very good. We can prepare one of those rather quickly. Might have to get that to later. It may take a little moment to do. Of course, immediately, of course. How much do you owe King Shago?
I toss all of my fucking coinage.
This guy, I don't need the coins that you... Oh, dear. Okay, where's there now? Very good. I'll deduct that from it.
You guys get a full amount here. Yeah, okay, that is
I have stuff to do next week. I need to write notes.
12 is 1,700 platinum.
17.
Didn't Burlock get some platinum?
that is actually including all the amount that was correct. Like,
1,700 platinum. Well,
Yes.
he paid you a fairly fair amount. Was that per month or per year?
It was for the remainder mission.
What a cheapskate. Very good. We will see to the... How much was that your laundry, or how much did you just throw on the table?
3,000, or not 3,000, 300. 1 second. Inventory, 300 platinum.
300 platinum. Okay, so that would be 1,400 platinum left. we will see to that the 1400 platinum is returned to King Shago. Well, not entirely King Shago, as he's not here yet. It would be more his Admiral Vuja, that we would be returning this to. We would also require the ring.
Yes. I would need to speak to the king before giving it to you. To
I'm gonna have to talk
resolve
to
the matter.
Well, very good.
But you can have this. Give back, and he gives him the bag of holding.
What is in this? This is
What? He took all the stuff out first. Verloc took all the stuff out.
so it's just the money. He was like, no. We don't need that. I'm deducting it from your current pay.
No. Future gave me the bag of holding. I'm giving the bag of holding.
Oh,
back.
the bag itself. Like, this was given to you by one of them.
Yes.
Well, then here you go. We are giving you a bag of holding. Here you go. We will give her all of the gold and all of the money in a bag of holding of its own. She will get one in return.
Very good. Verloc would like to roll perception.
Okay.
To make sure that she's going to actually do these things.
Insight. Give me an insight.
Insight, yes.
Yeah.
That's a hot 9.
A hot 9? Yes, she sure is.
Nice. Verloc feels really good about this. Okay. If I step outside of the house, will I be able to use this?
Yep, yes, of course. In fact, actually, to be fair, you don't need the boat you're with right now to continue on your journey.
We like the boat we're with.
The boat is hired by the king.
It is hired by the king. What we would like to do is be able to give you a ring of our own to be able to contact either Larson or Vanril, son, to port to you and then take you wherever you need to go, eliminating a lot of time constraints. Traveling by sea, as wonderful as it is, it takes a lot of time.
This seems ideal.
I mean, it's Brea to get
Take
paid.
the
It's
boat.
not like she's going to return the money.
Yeah, from what I understand of Sabare, she would not return the money, no.
Where's the princess? I need to go talk to her.
The princess? Who cares? Oh, sorry, you care. She is somewhere in this building. I'm not entirely sure. She's not a clone. I'm not attached to her.
Well, I'll figure it out, I say. And then I call out to one of the servants like, hey, can you show me where the princess is? And then I'm going to nod to Brolog, knowing full well he's going to figure this all out, and I'm going to go find the princess.
Okay. Found the princess. Brolog, you are escorted outside by Larson.
Actually, Brolog does not want to be escorted outside yet. The contract needs to be signed
First, it takes a moment, it takes a bit, but after about 10 or so minutes, one of the Joffreys comes out with a contract with all the parameters that you agree to written onto it.
Brolog turns to Jardis and asks him to look it over for him.
Lawyer for hire, Jardis.
Lawyer for hire.
I guess the cartographer is as close as we get. What would the skill check be on that?
That would be an investigation.
What is my investigation?
Your investigation is going to be in your
Oh,
skill
yeah.
check. Let's see.
I don't have.
Boop,
Plus
boop,
2.
boop, boop, boop. Plus 2. Rolling on D. Oh, gods. You rolled a 5.
Oh god.
Oh, no. Okay.
It looks
Can I look
perfect.
over his shoulder?
You can.
Passive.
Give me passive. What's your passive investigation?
18.
18.
Nice.
Hey!
True to the detail. Everything is accurate.
Perfect.
And nod to Burlock. Looks good.
Okay.
And that's the all I need.
Okay. Okay. So Burlock will sign it in the way of a loxodon. So he's going to, using his trunk, snot on the bottom part of the page, and then just to put his fist on it. And then
Peculiar.
if there's a pen, he'll write his name on it.
There is. And after you do, she also writes her name and is like, there we go. Good.
Doesn't this require a dance?
Please no. He's dancing already to saturate the glyphs enough. We don't need any more of that.
No dance necessary.
We will see to the returning of the gold to King Shago. Whatever backlash there is, well, who cares? Welcome to the party of Marcus.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We are pleased to give you the opportunity. Now, we can tell your boat to meet you as a living forest, or you can continue taking it to as a living forest, or I can take you there. As those in Quaila have not discovered the wonderful magics of teleportation, I have.
The laws of men do not matter when going against the creed, but the shallows be displeased if I do not take them and
Did you,
build.
to be clear here, did you break a law of the shallows?
Yes.
Of course they did. They broke the laws of many of the other cities.
Didn't we mention that? No. That's a given. Enter a city, break the laws.
Makes sense now. Well, very good. We would very much like to stay secret and not be dabbled with in the shallows, so taking the boat might be the best course.
Very good.
And they have been hunting our location for quite some time. They've been trying to get on board of the ship. They've lost many, I say ship, the turtle, they've lost many ships trying to do this. So, whatever admiral is with you, please do not tell him what you have found in here.
Of course.
Lie, whatever you need to do, whatever you need to tell him.
Yes.
Just
Be easier just to kill him.
don't kill him. Please don't kill him. Killing him would cause a huge problem, and it would just make you hunted by the largest fleet in the northern seas of Andrea. Every single one of them would be after
all
you.
overboard.
They would not believe that. As much as I admire your gumption, Sabdras does not take kindly to those things. Even if it was accidental for true, he would still hunt you and kill you. Just to make an example.
So whatever it is they have you on, continue on. And yes, play with them for a while. It might benefit us. There are things going on in the shallows that we might be a little curious about.
Very good.
Power struggle.
Has she given him that teleporting ring yet?
So it's not a teleporting ring. It's another ring of sending.
Oh, okay, great. So
To
I got two of
communicate to
them.
them. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
One of them now. To sign the contract, she took the ring of sending to
Well, I got to use that one to tell him I'm quitting.
Oh, yep. She hasn't taken it yet.
Okay. Yep.
But she won't give you the ring of sending for her until you give her the ring of sending for Shago.
Right, got it.
So before we end, then, you all get, at this point, escorted out of the building, back on the Dragon Turtle.
Not me. Gotta go talk to the princess first. But we can RP that later.
We'll RP that later.
We can, yeah.
Yep. To the outside of it, no golem is forming. Prologue, what is your message?
Okay. So I only have one, unless the day's gone by.
You do only have one. It is the same day.
So same day.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, you got me. Hold on. Let me check that I've got that spell. 1 second. Sending. No.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
I do.
You have not met the king.
Yes. I go, shit. I don't even know what the guy looks like.
No.
Okay, so we're gonna do this. This is Prologue, son of Beatrice Log. The contract is null for all parties. The fund and are going to be turned, as well as and
Before you reply, what I'm going to talk with the princess about might affect the reply to this.
Okay. So, you are escorted out to the outside. After your laundry was given a moment, Jartis and Abarat will say everyone is sat down for a moment for a conversation of just general chit-chat. A fine steak of dolphin is brought out to you all to enjoy as well. Your laundry returns. We'll talk about what he talks to the princess about later, the beginning of next week. And then eventually you send that message, Prologue. And you wait eagerly for the reply of nullifying the contract between Shago and yourself.
Question. Would I know how the ring works? So, is it like leaving a voicemail?
No. It is whoever's wearing the ring on that end receives it directly to their head at the time you send it.
So they got it.
It is a direct message.
What if no one's wearing it, I guess?
No one gets it.
Okay. Then Prologue will wait then.
Okay. When you send that message, that is exactly where we're going to finish for the night, because we're over.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
Oops.
Survived a blackout, folks.
Yeah. The blackout power went out for Ben for a while there, so a little glad we were able to.
Some good times.
Good stuff.
I'm glad that the text ended up working out.
Holy crap, though. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
A lot.
Nice.
What a lore dense episode. Good lord.
Super lore dense.
so much happened.
A
I
whole
feel
lot.
like there was just so many, not just a dynamic shift, almost like a small paradigm shift a little bit too.
Oh, massive.
dang.
This was not a small paradigm shift. This was a massive paradigm shift. You're working
Just
with
like-
people I personally never expected you to work with. But now you are, so...
And we are where we are.
Here we are. Thank you, everyone, very much for joining us and coming into the inn to partake in the entertainment of what is going on in Andrea currently. As for the week, we will see you on Tuesday. Tomorrow we are closed, because Mondays we all need a day off, don't we? So we're going to relax tomorrow. On Monday we are relaxing. Tuesday we will see you for Into the Nightmare. For now, please enjoy your week. Have a good time. Don't do anything reckless. And if you do, make sure it is safe. And I guess
Yeah, a nice little cushion.
little cushion. Make sure you got some pillows underneath there to guide your reckless behaviors. But we love you all. Thank you very much for being here. We'll see you Sunday. Bye.
Bye.
The year may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.